Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, everybody.
And of course, joining us on the big screen is the one and only senior market strategist here at NinjaTrader Live, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli and Shai. It's a glorious day here on the island. Plus, it's National Peach Ice Cream Day, and I'm going to be celebrating today.
Isn't that like a Georgia thing? What do you think? I mean, why is it National Peach? Why isn't it like Georgia Peach Ice Cream Day? I mean, Jimmy, I think I need like some stats on this.
I'm not questioning this. I am close enough to Georgia to count. Sav is in Georgia. We're going with it, man.
Yeah, we know Sav's going to have ice cream today. She likes her. She likes her sugar. So overnight, quiet. Not a ton to talk about, really. I mean, obviously, Powell remains like this topic of conversation, which I find to be kind of hilarious because I think it's, if anything, it's a distraction from some other things maybe going on.
Maybe.
Good morning, Chad, as well. Good morning, everybody. Shai, anything new in the headlines overnight?
So the biggest headline overnight was Trump eyes tariff rate of 10 or 15% for more than 150 countries. So aside from the big ones that have been talked about, it looks like he's going to send letters to more than 150 countries notifying them of their tariff rates. It's either going to be 10 or 15%. And I guess that is going to be the end of that. So the big ones that we have been talking about are still in negotiations, but everybody else, because they're smaller business partners of the United States, they're just going to get a flat 10 to 15%. So probably, hopefully, no more surprises on the tariff front. And then, of course, we had that whole saga yesterday of Trump saying he showed a letter to lawmakers in Congress and he wanted to fire Powell, and then came back and said that he didn't say that at all. I just want to reiterate, because I feel like we have to go through this every time we get some of these headlines, is that, the Federal Reserve Act states that the Fed chair can only be removed for cause, and for cause is a very high bar. It would mean like misconduct such as fraud, gross mismanagement, or criminal behavior, and certainly not just for policy decision dissatisfaction. And I note that no sitting Fed chair has ever been fired by a president. So, there would have to be a major wrongdoing on behalf of Powell in order to actually fire him.
Well, what if he doesn't cut rates?
Probably not.
You're fired.
They're fired. The other big headline was TSMC, the big chip company, had their earnings this morning. It was a beat, and they raised their 2025 outlook in hopes for a big boost in AI demand. That's kind of led analysts thinking that expectations from tech firms such as Meta and Google were going to keep spending on data centers. We did see kind of a tick up in the NASDAQ after those earnings. They've since come down some.
Yeah, I'm laughing because Mark says, he goes, I saw Powell smoke a joint near the White House. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the memes popping up for probable cause there. Yeah, it could be coming. Again, good morning, chat. My boy Trade and Poker, Rob, how you doing? Mohammed, SV, Sav, of course, Cooper, Miscellaneous, HJD, King Sulex, Roland, Bergeron, Adam, Infinity Works, Raleigh, Grati, Paulie, and then, of course, Engineer Bear, who's first every day. Every day. We like Engineer Bear, and always first into the chat. So good morning, everybody. Again, not a lot to talk about overnight. When I looked at the markets that came in this morning, I was like, you know what? Just not a lot to talk about. I mean, gold's down $30. I mean, and okay, you pull up a daily chart and you're like, snooze. I mean, look, I think it's good for day traders. I don't think that gold is looked at enough. I think the volatility is there. I think, look, you got regular gold product for the amount that it's moving for day traders, I think it's a great intraday product. I think micros for those that can't handle the risk on the regular gold product or an
Absolutely.
entry into it. I think gold has probably been by far the best trade from what I see on my day trader stuff when I'm looking at it. At least there's rotations in it. But overall, like, what's a big theme that's changed in gold because it's down $30? Nothing.
Nothing.
Copper's down 0.5%, silver's flat, platinum's up again. It's funny, platinum did one of those rippers, and then now it's just consolidating up there. I mean, it's just, I was looking at it, I'm going, is there going to be a trade here soon in this? It'll be interesting to me to see what Shapiro says about COT data as time goes by, because it almost feels like each and every day you see those positions continue to get long platinum as they get overcrowded. And we'll see what happens there, because it's not really gaining any steam. Again, who knows? That thing is a market where I wouldn't fade it just yet. When I look at bonds, boy, are they just doing nothing. Just below the 112 handle this morning, down 8 ticks. Short end of the curve is relatively flat. 10-year yields 4.47 this morning. You look at the euros, down 0.5% against the dollar. Dollar's up this morning. You got yen down, Swissy down, Bitcoin down 1,400 points in the futures. ETH up again, $42. So ETH is that trade that keeps on giving. What did I say, 33.50? I said I could hit it by like today or tomorrow. Remember we were talking about
I know,
that?
like we're almost there.
And then you have
XRP is up
Yeah.
7%.
Yeah, Ripple. And so it's more gold, Bitcoin. That's where the volatility is. And as I look through everything, I didn't mention crude oil. Natural gas is up 1% today, up 35 ticks. Heating oil is up almost 1%. And then you got crude oil is also up 1%, back to 67. But again, when I look at the major markets, nothing's really breaking out inside ranges. Yesterday was great. We had T trades on there. He was spot on with gold. Hope to see more T on the network, which is coming. I think, again, we get so caught up in equities. When I look at them, it's like, yeah, I'm holding some puts right now. Someone asked me on Twitter, did I cover some? No, I didn't. I've only got I'm less than a handful of puts on. It's not a big position for me at all. Like I said, I when I buy positions, what I do, I think the hardest thing for day traders to switch to swing traders for me is like, I'm used to rotating in and out of stuff all the time. But when I find a position that my system tells me to do it, I put the risk on. I kind of got to let it pan out. I talked about 63.04 yesterday. Until I see a daily close above it, I think we're headed to 61.55. That's not because I think that. It's because it's what my strategy tells me. And so I think the market's just going to struggle here. I don't think it's going to rally too much. I mean, again, we've got earnings, Shai, which I was going to go to you next. I mean, it seems like obviously banks have done well. What's this? I mean, again, one quick thing before we get into it. I think the perspective is, and this was important. I don't remember who said this to us earlier this week. I think it was Nick. Hard to believe that was this week because it feels like this week's kind of been long for coming off vacation. But the earnings expectations were low, so it was easy to beat. Are we
Right.
seeing that happen?
So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far, really, it's been all the banks. Finally, we have all the banks reported. They all did well. And we're just starting to get into some of the NASDAQ. We have Netflix after the bell today. Big tech, Mag 7 is not until later. And so we'll kind of see how that pans out. But we do have some of those tech stocks coming in, just not the biggies yet.
Yeah. When are the majority of them coming? Middle of next week?
So yeah, we'll have over the next 2 weeks, we'll probably have the majority of the earnings
Done.
in, right?
Yeah.
And then we have the majority of the energy stocks right after that.
Yeah. Okay. Jimmy, overnight, you kind of, I give the lay of the land this morning. What are you seeing overnight?
Yeah, I mean, right away when I looked at the E-mini S&P this morning, it's just kind of my level set in the morning when I wake up. I mean, we have a low volume start today. We only have a 20 handle range overnight so far, and it's almost like this market is either really happy being priced where it's at, or it's not sure what to do. You can see on the screen we have this nice consolidation range that really started at the beginning of July. And we've just kind of gone sideways. Even the ADMA is starting to kind of turn into a sideways measurement right now. The one thing I'm looking at to support your put position is the stochastics are kind of arcing down a little bit. But the volume is, I think, the thing. I mean, we're talking 84,000 contracts only so far on an unchanged market,
Wow.
20 handles. You could look at the micro Nasdaq and say, well, we did a little bit more volume, 207,000 so far, but nothing to kind of set your hair on fire. So, kind of a sleepy start so far.
That is low volume. I mean, look at the market is rejecting any selling. It's rejecting any volatility. Volatility remains in crypto and gold. And that's just the reality of it.
Well, all the precious metals. I mean, I think, platinum
exactly.
is, it's been a good trade as well. Palladium, even though I don't like it long term, has also done well. So there's a lot of action there, and I kind of like when those markets are a little bit sideways because you have defined edges, right? I mean, it works until it doesn't work, but
Yep.
I don't mind the sideways markets for intraday trading at all.
Yeah, no. And Cooper is saying small caps a bit. Yeah, I mean, definitely Russell's been a touch bit busier for sure. Coming off of Russell reconstitution, there's been a slight bit of volatility there. Definitely not as range bound as the S&P. But again, we talk about this S&P is feeling the push and pull from small caps and from the Nasdaq, and we're going into earnings. And I mean, this is the one thing about bull markets. It's just so interesting because I've seen so many of them over the years, right? And you come out of like a bear market, which was like another one.
The shortest bear market.
Was it? It's like, did it happen? Was it this year? And it was just like, this is what happens, man. I tell you what, you have these sell-offs, and then you get these long consolidations near the highs. Everyone looks for that big move lower. I am a little bearish in the short term, but I'm not looking for a big move lower, like 2%. But it's like, this is what happens. Everyone fights it the whole way up, and then it just goes sideways. And now you got a lot of people push and pull here. You get earnings, and it's wait and see. I mean, they're going to do everything they can to shake out any weak hands on either side here, long or short. Mostly shorts are going to get shaken out, of course. But nonetheless, that's the environment we have, and we just have to deal with it. And let's not forget, it's the middle of July. This next probably 4 to 6 weeks,
It's going to be
not going to be the busiest, everybody. Lower expectations, taper those positions down. And another thing, even when it's slow, work your stops, man, because this market, again, it's so
one
light.
tweet.
One tweet, one post moves, and it screws your whole week or your whole month up, and you're like, dude, what just happened? You know what I mean? It's like, you just work your I mean, that's why I just keep saying in my morning note, keep it small. Nothing else matters. If you keep it small, you're okay, right? Don't overtrade a tape that doesn't want to be overtraded. Let's preview this morning's guest, Shai.
So this morning we have Simon Mikhailovich. He runs the Bullion Reserve, a vehicle for holding physical gold outside of the financial system. He's got over 40 years of experience in credit and alternative assets. He was one of the first to predict the financial crisis in 2000 and 2008 and how to profit from them. And then previously, he was a portfolio manager at Falcon Asset Management, overseeing alternative investments in hard assets, including oil and gas, timberlands, and the agribusiness. So excited to talk to him about commodities this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited as well. Be the first time with me speaking with him. It's going to be nice to hear something outside of equities. I mean, of course, we're always going to talk equities on this show. It's just what it is, right? That's the main attraction.
But he does credit markets. He's been in credit markets too, so we can talk bonds with him as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to talk bonds. I mean, we didn't talk a ton about them this morning yet. I also put in my note, look at, the bond market is quiet, but it can't rally. I mean, that's the other thing. It's like I always look at it. What is the tape doing when it's quiet, and the bond market just grinds lower? It just does not reap of it's like it's hard for me to see a world where the 30-year just starts having this big move higher and giving everybody what they want with lower rates on the long end. It just continues to creep lower, right? Again, and I just wonder at some point, we talked about this earlier in the week with Nick, gets above that 5.25% he said on 30-year, that's when things starts getting interesting. So the bond market itself is like, it's quiet for now, but if it just keeps, I think it's like kind of wooing everyone to sleep as we kind of chip higher in rates and bonds lower. But
And quickly, I just want to go over the data today so everybody is aware, because we do have a slew of data today. At 8:30, we have jobless claims and continuing claims, Philly Fed, retail sales, business, and then at 10, we have business inventories, NAHB housing market index, which I will be closely watching, retail inventories, 10:30 nat gas, 12:45 daily speaks, and then 1 p.m. Atlanta Fed GDP now. Out of all of these, obviously, claims and continuing claims are going to be the most important as everybody's closely watching the labor market.
yeah, nice. Let's hope they give us a spark today.
Let's hope.
Let's hope we get something. But all right, well, it's about that time. For this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's start with the Russell 2000 today. Jason Shapiro got me thinking whether or not this is crowded or not. This is a daily chart right now. And, again, another baby candle today. It's following suit with all the stock index futures, just kind of bumping up against that 8 EMA. So we're between the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA, and those things are narrowing as well. Again, suggesting consolidation. However, I want to keep my eye on this as well. Previous candle, we had a nice buyer's wick, pushing us back up above that 21 EMA. However, on the downside, stochastics are falling out of bed pretty quickly here. Nice slope. If you look at intraday over the last 4 days, you can see right now we're trading kind of in the middle between the high and the low. I'm going to count this low wick as low. On the Russell right now. So a little bit of market uncertainty as well. Small range today, but we do have some targets here to talk about. For the bears, let's start with the bulls. We have that 0 DTE gamma wall resistance level at 2240. We have call resistance up at 2250, and then R1 right above that is at 2255. For the bears, we have the pivot. We didn't quite get there yet, but that's kind of defining the bottom of the conversation. 2226, and then put support down to 2225. JAX1 is actually a little bit lower here at 2220. So some really nice targets here if we can break out of the range at all. I think one of the other interesting markets that, Deli, you touched on real briefly is this Euro FX. We continue to have this turnaround doji, which we saw at the beginning of July, and we have this grind down. It's a nice orderly move down, I would say. Yesterday's price action, because of the news, was a little bit wacky with these big candles up and down, but the sell-off continues. We're about to have that 8 EMA cross under the 21. We have that 38.1% retracement, keenly focused. So we'll see if we continue to get some downward pressure here on the Euro FX and see how low we go. Is this going to be a regular retracement? Is there going to be something special about this as it continues downward? Intraday, again, we have some great mentor Q levels as well. Let me just open this up a little bit better so we can see it a little bit better. We're trading below, and we have been all session, the session VWAP here. So sellers are in charge somewhat. Point of control, we just kind of lost in the rearview mirror a second ago, 1.1631. So continuation on the downside, we'll start with that first. That one-day min is kind of defining the bottom of the conversation, and that's at 1.16175. And then we have S1, which is lined up exactly with previous sessions lows, which makes sense, and that's at 1.16095. Further downward targets as well include 0 DTE put support as well as JAX4 way down here. For the bulls, we have a whole bunch of targets we've already kind of passed through already. Defining the top of the conversation, really, if we have a breakout to the upside, is that pivot at 1.169. So I'll be looking at that. And then you have that 0 DTE high vol level as well at 1.17. So right now, sellers are in charge. We'll see how that continues. The other interesting story, we have Ether on the move. We have micro Bitcoin on the move. We have XRP on the move. I started talking with Shai about that yesterday. We're going to keep an eye on that one. But Ether right now, look at this, a nice parabolic. Where have we seen this before? A nice parabolic rally right now. Yesterday's monster candle continuing today as well. All the moving averages are shooting straight up. If you're trading the micros here, don't forget it's a 5 cent. It's a 5 cent tick, so it's a nice market to consider. There's also the bigger one as well. And then stochastics have been overbought for a long period of time, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything in this market because, after all, it is crypto week. Now, because this is relatively new, we're not going to have any Mentor Q options targets, but we have targets anyway, right? For the bulls, we still have that previous day high, which is the current high, I'm sorry, session high, 34.90 half. R1 is slightly above that at 35.25. We're above VWAP right now. We're testing VWAP. We'll see if that holds or not. We're right at the point of control as well. And then for the bears, we have that pivot sitting down here, nicely positioned at 33.02. That is Ether futures. That is today's Edge report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. And we are now joined by our guest, Simon Mikhailovich. He's the co-founder and managing partner of the Bullion Reserve. Simon, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to start off with the bond market, if you don't mind. I talked about that in the last segment. I mean, I look at a market when, first of all, the headlines right now are everything about is Powell going to stay? President Trump, all he talks about is, he needs rates to be cut. Is Powell going to get fired? We kind of don't think so here, but who knows? You never know. But ultimately, the bond market is not doing the work for the administration. No matter what happens kind of in data or anything, the bond market just seems, when it gets quiet, it just keeps grinding lower. What are your thoughts on the bond market?
Well, bond investors by necessity are much longer term investors than stock investors. And so, and my specialty is not, trading, which is the point of this show, but more strategic view. So if you think of strategic view, we have there's a lot of risk. There's a lot of currency risk. There's a lot of inflation risk. People don't know how tariffs are going to affect inflation. Well, let me tell you how they affect me. I had to order some spare parts from EU because that's the only place I could get a particular spare part. And they arrived yesterday by UPS, and the man had me write a 20% check of the invoice right at the front of my house. So, that's inflationary, and I don't think it's an anecdote. I think that's happening across anybody who has to buy, whether it's component parts or whether it's spare parts or whether it's whatever, from countries that are now under tariff. So that's 20%, that's a lot. So how does that translate? For me, it was a 20% increase of the price of what I ordered. But how does that translate into components, into other things? It's obviously going to get passed on. That's a huge risk. So in terms of bonds, that's a big factor. And whether the Fed is going to be able to, they can do whatever they want. But whether they politically will be able to lower rates in the face of rising inflation, that's a big question. And that's kind of what's going on with this whole controversy about replacing the Fed chair early and so forth. So I think there's a lot of risk, and that's the bottom line here.
I'm so glad that you touched on your personal experience and what's happening here, because that's the disconnect between reality and data, right? And a lot of times we get so caught up in data, and we've talked about this. How much can we even believe in the data? We have to believe in the data, though, because that's what we look at, and that's what the Fed is looking at, we think, at least, right? But nonetheless, you're right. Currency risk, inflation risk is still there. So maybe Fed Chair Powell isn't doing such a bad job by not cutting rates at this current moment. But I want to shift gears real quick, because I want to talk to you about gold real quick, because is that a reason why, when you say currency risk, inflation risk, why gold right now, although it's come off a little bit off the highs, it's really kind of in a holding pattern? Is that why it continues to have an underlying bid, in your opinion, or is there more to it?
I think of gold as a core strategic asset that should be in every portfolio, but isn't. The story of gold and the thesis of gold is not, to me, well, of course, you can trade gold, you can trade sardines, you can trade anything. Day to day, there are dynamics, there's volatility, and you can take advantage of that if you know how. But my business is physical gold and long-term holding of physical gold. So I'm more focused on the longer-term picture. And the longer-term picture is, just like what we just talked about bonds. The markets and the economy are awash in risk, and nobody's paying attention to that, because they're looking on tick-by-tick data. But if you look at the geopolitical situation, if you look at the political situation in the United States, where we have almost a 50-50 division, and which makes it very difficult in practical terms to pass radical. By radical, I don't mean negative. To pass significant changes to the industrial policy, to the economic policy, to the monetary policy. If you look at I just read this morning. We need 500,000 electricians. We need 140,000 pipe fitters. Whatever. Let me just give you this statistic. Between 1941 and 1944, during World War II, the American shipbuilding industry launched 8,600 vessels in 4 years. Okay? We built 100 aircraft carriers in 4 years. We can't build an aircraft carrier. It takes 7 years to train a welder to work on nuclear submarines. So the transition from here to there, to the extent that we're able to transition from here to there being a new economy, industrial economy, independent from suppliers, so you don't have to order parts from Europe, spare parts, so you don't have to depend on Chinese components for our defense industry, so you don't need to depend on energy sources from places where shooting is going on. That's a 10 to 20 year project. And in the meantime, we are the axis of debt and the empire of financial derivatives. And all of these excess resources that went into finance and that went into credit and that went into leverage are going to have to be somehow worked off. And that's going to be a tremendous pain. So to get from here to there is going to, it's going to be great for some and it's going to be terrible for others. And so the way I view gold is that this is an anchor in a big storm that's coming. And the fact that the storm is coming is not my supposition. This is history and common sense. If you want to transition the economy, assuming we continue on this path, from financialized economy into real economy, where we have our defense industry back, where we have our components that we can make at home, resources, infrastructure. This is all inflationary. It takes tremendous amount of materials. It's all bad for financial assets and financial claims. So gold to me is at the very early stages of a bull market. And I know it sounds weird given how well it's done, but vast majority of investors have not got onto this. Virtually nobody owns it. And the entire rally that we've seen so far has primarily come from Asian buying, from central bank buying, and from some speculative buying in the West, but not from strategic buyers. So the demand for gold is ahead of us. And so that's how I view the longer term picture here. And I think that's going to unfold perhaps over the next decade, not over the next 10 minutes or 10 weeks or 10 months.
Yeah. But it's good to know as traders, because to know that there's an underlying bid. We always look for what's a macro theme that's combined with a technical theme. Simon, just so you know, we're 2 minutes away from some data that Shai will be reporting on, but we've got a moment just before then, Shai, if you want to maybe ask Simon a question as we get ready for data.
Yeah, so I wanted to know your thoughts additionally on other precious metals such as silver and platinum. I know you focus mainly on gold, but what are your thoughts on those as strategic assets to hold physically as well?
Well, I think fundamentally gold has tremendous future because it is the only liquid financial asset that does not have counterparty risk, that is truly independent. It is no one's obligation. That's why central banks are buying it. That's why Asian investors are buying it. And so there's tremendous future in that. But from a technical perspective and from a human nature perspective, as gold continues to develop this story and demand for it rises and the price of it goes up, auxiliary stores of value of similar nature, such as platinum, I think less so palladium, such as platinum and silver, will pick up a bid and will have a tremendous time as well. But it's less fundamental than gold.
Got it. We're under a minute to the breaking news. Shai, give us a quick preview of what we'll be looking at with data today.
So for job initial claims, 233K expected. Prior was 227K. We're still in that same range that we've been in for weeks. So unless it's outside that, under or over, market's probably going to digest this easily. And then for continuing claims, 1.965 million, exactly same as prior, is what is expected. Again, these numbers have been in this range for weeks on end now, so I don't expect the market to do that much, at least on the initial reading. And then we'll have to go and look at kind of the internals of that data. But here we go. So 1 second.
Initially, gold is moving a little bit here, not much, all within inside the range. Equity is not doing much either. Initial reactions are small.
Yeah, there you go. 221K, expected 233K. So less claims than expected, and continuing claims 1.956 million. So both came in under expectations. So that is a good sign for the labor market. And that's what Powell's going to be looking at.
And look at the bond market. I went right to it because, again, during these data points, I want to see what's happening in bonds. Bonds are making lows of the day. Equities, went modestly higher. And gold is now going lower with bonds, at least for now. Simon, I know, again, you look at it on the bigger picture, the longer term, but your perspective is massively important to shorter-term traders. It may not seem that way because the time frames are different, but they are, because it's understanding themes. I know that one data point may or may not change much of your view, but you heard this morning jobless claims are not, they're better than expected, correct, Shai?
Right.
And, just curious, maybe initial thoughts on the job numbers, and maybe let's talk a little bit about what you're looking at going out the rest of this quarter or even this year in markets.
To be honest, I have no idea, because everybody thinks they know what's going to happen. I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen. We are dealing for the first time in our lifetime, really, with shifts and transitions that are completely out of our experience. I mean, we're for example, while you're discussing all this, we're in a 50-day or whatever it is leash with Ukraine and potentially secondary sanctions and a potential involvement of EU in that war. Okay, how do you factor that into all this data? You can't. Yeah. How do you factor the what I'm talking about, the devaluing the dollar, which is really the policy of the Trump administration, is to cheapen the dollar in order to ease the debt burden. I don't know how we factor that into jobs number this morning. So that's why at some point, my business was credit derivatives for a number of years, and I've done very well in that. But I've switched strategically to something that's different, and so it's difficult for me to comment on tick for tick situation when I'm looking at a bigger picture and a strategic portfolio positioning, and I don't see anybody doing it. So I think that what these numbers mean today, to me, maybe they mean something if you're trading tick for tick, but I don't think they mean anything. They don't mean anything to me in the sense of what happens in September. We don't know what's going to happen in September. And so the level of risk, I think that if there's a message here, the level of risk, macro risk, far exceeds anything that any one of us has actually seen. Okay, and we're not accounting for that in all these discussions, and we should think about that, because these risks potentially, I'm not trying to scare anybody. We are watching these developments and the implications of these developments. By these developments, I mean negotiations on tariffs with other countries, war in Ukraine, war in the Middle East, tensions with China over Taiwan, our industrial policy and the repositioning of the economy that's being attempted here. I mean, these are massive, massive moves, the implications of which it's like nothing until it happens. You don't see it, and then it's just one day it hits the tape and everything's different. And so I think that if there's a message here, it is that you need an anchor in a storm. I don't know whether your anchor is gold or you find something else, but you need an anchor in the storm, and you need to be thinking bigger picture, because for 30, 40 years, the bigger picture didn't matter. It matters. It matters a lot. And history and common sense suggest that that's the case when you look at the facts. So, that's kind of how I look at it. So I'm sorry I can't give you like, what does this mean this morning?
Oh, yeah. No, I understand. I think again, we have you here for your perspective beyond just today, because as day traders, we need to open our horizons beyond that, and we're not here just to worry about just what for today is. We'll get into that throughout the rest of the morning. Believe me, we will do that. Simon, it's been great having you here. Everybody, go and check out what Simon is doing. He is on X. You can see his X link in our chat. It's S_Mikhailovich. Simon, this was really great to have you here. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. Again, it's like, I like having different perspectives on here, understanding what's going on. I think if you look at the theme this year, that's been the strongest theme, precious metals, right? He's not wrong. Whether or not that continues into this long-term bull market or not, I think that remains to be seen, but it's interesting to hear, Simon discuss it from his perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone's I like to have macro thinkers out there just to, broaden kind of a trader's horizon beyond, your 5-second tick chart, and to at least have an idea of where markets could go, and to keep those things in the back of your mind, because when you see them actually pan out in the real world, and then you know why the markets are reacting the way that they're reacting. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, and let's face it. I mean, I think most people coming into this year have been massively underestimating what the rally could do in gold, underestimating what the rally could do in precious metals. I mean, silver is still, I think, a story that's going to continue to unfold here. Platinum, again, 1,400 plus. I mean, these are these stories this year. And again, we go back to what have equities done? We're at all-time highs, no doubt about it, but we were just at them not too long ago anyway. I think the one thing I do take away from all this too is like equities, when people see that prices are at all-time highs, this gives a calming, it calms everyone that everything's okay.
Right.
That is one, I mean, I'm almost positive that that's why a lot of people go, well, why should I do this or why should I do that? They don't look at the risks beyond it, because if equities are doing well, everyone just goes, everything's okay.
We're good. We're good, right?
And that's what we've been trained, myself is included over the years. But as you start to dig in hear from macro people, understand what's going on, what the real risks are, and he's right in saying that one day you wake up and everything changes. That could happen. It likely does happen in some respects, but how much that is, we don't know. But it's always good to have additional things happening in your portfolio, and for traders to keep an eye on besides just equities.
Absolutely.
So. All right, Jai. Thank you. We'll see you in there the rest of the morning. All right, let's bring in the king. There he is. Look at him. What's up, big dog?
Good, Anthony. You? Pleasure to speak with you again.
I'm doing great.
Looking forward to speaking these charts. And I wanted to say, I got a nice setup for you, Anthony. I got my nice 90-inch TV. I don't know if you see yourself in the background there. I have a nice, yeah, lots going on in the market. A perfect time to talk charts, because I really do think going into August, it's going to be some turbulence coming, especially with these tariffs. I don't know what's going to happen, but looking forward to speaking charts with you.
All right. Well, let's get into it. So let's start off with, maybe we'll pull up the King's chart. So we got the Pivot King here. Let's pull up the King's charts. Let's take a look at what he's got here.
I want to make an announcement that what I'm about to show you now, we've been working for 2 months to, this is a special announcement I like to bring to the NinjaTrader Network and the NinjaTrader view. We're moving the dark pool sniper tool and our indicators to the NinjaTrader Network. Once we found that you were on the show, Anthony, I said, I talked to the programmer and said, why don't we bring this to NinjaTrader? And my programmer was all for it. So I just want to let everybody know what you're about to see on the screen is coming to the NinjaTrader platform, and we look forward to adding a lot more to the NinjaTrader platform. So I just wanted to give that shout out here to, I can't wait. And there's a lot of people waiting for it. It takes time to develop. This took 9 months for us to develop, but it's going to be much sooner now because we've already been through all all the hard times trying to get this thing up. So I look forward to releasing it on the NinjaTrader charting platform and moving it forward from there. So I don't know, Anthony, what should I bring
Cool.
up first?
No, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Let's start with gold. Why not? I think gold right now is, you talk a lot about precious metals, probably more than most on social.
Yeah.
I know we're going to get into a lot of markets with you today. I want to get into gold, Russell, silver, S&P, but let's start with gold. We got the bear, and right now we see the bull and the bear arm wrestling. That's the screen we're on with that lamp in the background.
I don't know if you can see it here. So these are dark pools and futures here, which we like to use as confluence areas. And these are our pivots that we like to focus on for support and resistance areas. Gold have been massively bullish, Anthony, since January. Like a lot of people that follow me on X, we saw positioning in gold and we took advantage of it. A lot of people in the forum did as well. So we've been riding it all the way up, and I still like gold for higher. I really do give it a high probability of 34.15 hitting. It did hit my B pivot, but I like that my band's higher. We got some institutions here that came in, as you can see in this cluster area here. So it came back to the A pivot. It could definitely come back to 33.05 again, because gold loves to chop. Like, I don't know if you see this, but silver is even worse, where it just goes 85, 90% of the move in silver, especially, is just chop. And then one day you wake up, it's up $3. So you got to really, really withstand the amount of up, just like these are daily candles. Like, just look at this, right? So there's a lot of shaking in the tree going on in gold, and I think that's because these institutions like to shake the tree. It's so hard to get people to sell in gold that they got to give some scary red bars so that those people that marry their positions in gold, which there's quite a few of them, it's hard to shake them out. And when they shake them out, it provides liquidity for institutions to come in and scoop up some shares and some future contracts, and they push it higher. So gold, I'm still bullish. I think gold is sniffing out, personally right now, a geopolitical event, probably again, going into probably the fall, because I do see some things in oil as well that starting to spark my attention, especially with some institutions that came in yesterday at around the 66.50 area. So gold, I'm massively still bullish. The upside is still intact. So as long as 32.90 stays intact with gold, I'm looking for higher and giving it a high probability 34.15 hits, especially if we can get by 33.50. So if you're an intraday trader like myself, I would wait. Like, I don't have a position in gold now, but I would definitely wait for a close above 33.50. And if we can get a close above here, we could see a very quick move, mainly a squeeze probably to the 34.15 area. So I'm bullish gold. What about you, Anthony? What do you think about gold?
Same with me. I think gold, to me, the gold chart, the consolidation right now is just, again, it's just brewing, like exactly what you said, shaking out of positions. Nothing I see much on my end is telling me to be bearish gold. It's also the strongest trend for the year. And you just get in the middle of the year and it just gets into a consolidation. And I agree with you. I like the price that you're talking about, the 32.90. If that holds, back up to 3,400 and plus, I think is interesting. So I'm aligned with you on gold. What I'm curious about right now is, because I want to go to oil, because I want to go over a lot of markets with you. Yeah. It's starting to rally. Equities are starting to rally.
Yeah, gold's already, you see this gold, the A pivot's being defended. This is live. You see how they're coming in here to defend this level? It's just freaky how they just keep it at my levels. Like, they defend each time. It's actually beautiful. So these are like good areas of that you could wait for price to come to you. Like I always say, wait for price to come to you if you want to take a position. You definitely want to take positions on the way up, bit by bit, because you don't want to lose that profit, especially if you've made a very good gain, right? So a lot of people don't like to take profit along the way. I do, because you never know, especially in these markets. It's one day you wake up and it's like, whoa, I could have just sold a little bit and made a little bit. A lot of people don't do that, which I think they should take profit along the way, especially if there's a big move, right? So anyway, I guess oil, yeah.
Let's go to oil.
So this is what I have for oil. You can see here where there's a bazooka block. We call these big institutional positions that just happen to come into my lower band, which they love to. This is where they came in to defend. I like oil higher. I think this is the trap. I can see some institutions coming in, even in USO, the ETF. I see some very, very big size positioning. And the upside is intact in oil. I think this was a shakeout. And if you look at my oscillator, you'll see that this thing has room, lots of room. I think it's going to get back above 68.60, and we're going to make our way at least to the 73.30 area here, which is my L pivot, which overlaps a very big institutional position. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's overlapping my L pivot line in the sand. I think it breaks. I think it's probably going to need a geopolitical event to trigger oil. Trump is really, I think Trump is actually managing the oil along, I don't know, making some phone calls or something, because it's been some crazy action in oil. It's very hard to day trade, actually. I don't know if you see all this chop here, but if you're swing trading oil, your 64 is your line in the sand, and you want this to hold. So I think oil is going to get back above 68.60 and make its way to 73.50. Very high probability that it does. So I'm bullish oil. Dips to be bought, and I like it. I like it higher. What do you think, Ants, about oil?
I think the same thing. The 64 level, again, oil to me has been probably the most difficult day trading market out there right now. Everybody I talk to is like, man, the thing has been tough. And I think it's starting to creep into my stuff a little bit more here and there, where I'm starting to look at it and go, okay, I could see a potential base being built. So 64 is your line in the sand up to 73. I don't discount that can't happen. I don't even think we need any sort of geopolitical event to get there. I think that oil could get there even without that. What I want to ask you a question about, though, is so I see on your chart it says 1,750 contracts at 73.37 across 2 blocks. What is that? Just go over that real quick, and as to why that area is so key for you.
Well, it's overlapping my pivot. My pivots are always first. I use these dark pools as confluence areas, but you should always use the pivots, because sometimes it's very hard to dissect these dark pools. You gotta really have experience with them. But it's just like a piece of information, like macro or cycles, or it's just one thing that I use and a lot of the pivoteers use, because it's very complementary to our pivots. And it so happens to overlap my L pivot, which is a very good confluence area, which gives it a very high probability of that coming to get tested again. So it's just a big player got in here. Whether they sold, which it looks like they did because of here, and the price got lower, it just likes to connect to those areas again. And that's why I call it the line in the sand, because if this can get taken out, this is where you would get a squeeze. You'll get a lot of the algos covering like instantly within milliseconds. And this will be the battle royale, or people that want short oil, institutions that want short oil will come defend here, and institutions that want to bring it higher, they'll battle at this area. You guys can mark that down and see it for yourself when it gets here. Hopefully it gets there. I think it does. It's already starting to make a move now. So if we can get back above this cluster area, I think it's just going to be a massive green candle, probably to the L pivot. And if there is a trigger, then you're just going to get a $3 move in oil in one day. That's what usually happens when there is a trigger in oil. But yeah, I'm bullish oil. If 64 breaks, then we're probably going to go to 56.50. So this is my line in the sand for hopefully it holds, because I really like oil to get longer. I want to get back in oil, but 64 is the line in the sand for lower, and 68.60 is the level that if it can breach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times they defended it. So this is where maybe they're tricking the algos to go short, and that's how these bazooka blocks came in here. Some institution came in here in size, and it's above this position right now. So high probability this 68.60 is going to get taken out, and we're going to make our way at least to 73.40, 73.50 area if 64 holds and stays intact. So I'm bullish oil. Yeah, very bullish, actually.
Got it. All right. Well, all right. What else you got cooking for us this morning? I love your insight. I love watching you talk charts. It's just your character, and I love it, and we have fun with it. And so, what else you got cooking here?
I don't know. What else? You want to see Nat Gas? I like Nat Gas too for our. I was
Yeah,
or ES
I
actually. Let's do
I know.
ES. Do
And
ES.
I we do got to get to natural gas because you are also one of the few that talk about natty gas all the time. You always got commentary on natty gas.
Yeah,
It's
I love Nat.
one of the
It's scary
rare
Nat Gas.
people out there that talks about it.
Yeah, it's scary Nat Gas, but you could do. You got to be very careful with Nat Gas. Actually, I don't suggest anybody get into Nat Gas unless you've been looking at Nat Gas for at least 5 years. I'm not kidding, by the way. There's a lot of people that just get into Nat Gas and they're gone in a month. And it's crazy moves. Like you wake up on a weekend, it's down 10%. Like 10%. It's crazy. And it's done that a while.
The thing
Especially
is,
in November, it starts.
the Widowmaker.
Yeah. So ES yesterday, I was looking for a move. Like, I don't know if on X, I talked about a move to the 62.45. And I stated on the open, I wouldn't be surprised they actually shake the tree and bring it here. And they did right on the open. They smashed it down, hit my line in the sand, and massive move. And that goes along for the Russell. I was looking for 22.05 on the Russell, and it just hit it to the tick, that one. And it flew. It flew 60 points. So this is where they kind of shake the tree. As you can see here, that it's an area where the bulls want to hold this up for higher. Now I have a 63.55, 63.60 area T target that almost got hit here, but I think it hits, and I think it comes down pretty hard from here, Anthony. It's really peaked. But the thing is with ES, it could stay peaked and peaked and peaked and peaked for months, and just keeps on riding. So this is where I say, like, you got to change with the market, because I'm telling you what I've seen in the last, especially 2-3 years, when they chug ES up, it's like it's crashing to the upside. When there's a crash, it crashes to the upside. It's like the opposite. And it just keeps on chugging, and people fight it. And I've always said this because I was one of them. I used to fight. I'm like, okay, this has changed. So when you see this market chugging higher, and you want to fight it, you can take a shot, make sure you have a stop. But a lot of people hold, and they'll double down and take another position short, and then you're fighting the market. You're actually feeding it for higher. And that's what's been happening with ES, especially in the last couple of months. You see a lot of people fight this move because they see it's oversold, and they're like, you know what, this has got to at least come down. And it just keeps on going and going and going and going. That's why I said, look, if you want this to breathe, you guys are going to have to stop fighting this move, because you're providing ammunition for these bulls to squeeze you. And especially with those Trump tweets. And these tweets come out at a time. These tweets, I'm telling you, these tweets come out at a time where certain levels need to hold. And I would even talk to people in the forum, like, watch, a tweet's coming out today, for sure, because it's at a certain level. And lo and behold, I remember one time talking to a member in the forum. 5 minutes later from me talking to him, he tweeted, and this thing just flies. So someone's telling him, Trump, I think we need a tweet here because we need to hold this position if we want higher. And Anthony, I'm serious. It comes at levels,
I know,
where they need to hold, because they know if that level breaks, if that level breaks, it's going to cause a waterfall. So they need to hold that level, because these markets are all levels. They're algos. That's why I always say trade like an algo. These markets trade on levels, and anybody, macro, I love macro stuff. Don't get me wrong. But in the end, everything is in the charts. Everything is in the charts. Everything is in the specific security you trade. Everything. So if you're a good chartist and you could read the chart, you could kind of predict what's going to happen based on levels. This level broke, look higher. This level broke lower, look lower, because the algos will automatically switch long or short and push the price there. Look, it's 85% of the market's algos. They're bots. They're programmed bots with big institutions buying in milliseconds. And it's getting worse with AI. So we're going to start to see some major distortions, I think, just on price action, with a lot of funds implementing AI, which they're already doing. So I think in the next couple of years, it's going to be even more, I think, unpredictable. But it still evolves around levels, if you ask me. So I think levels are
No, I
very
mean,
important
look
in
at,
trading.
yeah, I mean, how could anyone disagree with that? I mean, at the end of the day, first of all, as day traders, or swing traders, all we could do is trade off of levels. I mean, again, I have a macro, backdrop on certain markets. Again, like gold, there's global demand. I understand that, right? But if the charts are negative, I'm not buying it. I mean, I just know
Yeah.
that when I get along, there's probably going to be more people stepping in with me. All you're looking for is more bodies. I've always said, macro is never going to get me into a trade, but it might keep me in a trade. As a medium time frame trader, if I get a gold long, which I mean, if I get one, I mean, I'm not great at holding that market. It's just difficult, like you said, it shakes you out no matter what. But you have that backdrop behind you.
I
We've
know
got
you
under
yelled
5 minutes
platinum, Anthony.
left.
You made me look at
Yeah,
platinum.
platinum I
When you
caught.
were
I
talking
didn't
about that
kill
was
it
a
though. I
beauty.
made money.
That was a beauty.
I made money on
Beauty.
that
I was
one.
like,
Yeah,
platinum was a beauty. Yeah. Congratulations on
yeah.
that. That was a nice, very nice one. I guess what should I do? Not gas.
Let's go to
Yeah.
Natty Gas. We've got 4 minutes to go. Let's go to Natty Gas, and then if we have time, I maybe want to have you look at one other market. So let's go to Natty Gas. Everybody,
So not gas is
commenting. They
starting
want
to
see what
break
you
out.
measure.
Once it took out the 340, my lower band's up, upper band's up. Oscillator's got lots of room. Not gas is ready to go, and it's kind of probably going hand in hand with oil because oil looks like it wants to go too. So I guess not gas is going to come for a ride. This is bullish. Yeah, very bullish, and it's got room to run. I think it's going to hit the 367, 370 area. Very, very high probability it will. It got above all these major cluster areas here, got into my lower band where moves tend to terminate and flew. Very high probability 367 is going to get taken out. And we're going to hit that 420 area. And notice the 420 area trips these stops, which Natgas loves to do. Natgas is a stop hunter like you wouldn't believe. As you can see here, they trip stops, it's just crazy. It's just people when they're long, Anthony, they would put their stop just under here. And it provides liquidity for these institutions, believe it or not. There's institutions that are even long and they provide stop and they hunt them because it gives them liquidity to take positions higher because they know the price is going to go higher because they're the ones who push the price higher. So the institutions are the ones who push this, especially the big ones. They push these markets, and it's very good to look at how institutions are positioning because you can get some insights on, this looks like it's going to continue higher. This looks like it's going to run, and it does because my oscillator is buried. I like that my band's turned up. This looks really bullish, and I wouldn't be surprised, maybe even on Thursday, that we just get a massive green candle for the nat gas report, which is today, actually. Sorry, which is in at 10:30. Yep. Today's Thursday, so considering this move, the way it looks, and along with the nat gas report today, I think it's going to probably punch my line in the sand and make its way up to these upper targets. I'm giving it a high probability we're going to hit 420. It's going to want to trip some stops up here. You ask me.
The number's got to be 420, PK. 420.
Yeah.
The 420, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Anytime I see somebody, I know that, Pharm's not here this week. He loves 420 on all these charts. And so, 420, it just kind of pops up all the time, everybody. I don't know.
And they got pounded, these marijuana stocks too. Like I was even looking at Tilray. I'm surprised the cannabis industry got decimated the way it did. I don't know I know there's a lot of traders that look at Tilray stocks and I think one market right now that's probably a good market to get into is probably cannabis, Anthony.
Because it's been so beat down.
Those stocks have been decimated,
killed.
Those stocks have been just absolutely destroyed. And that's when you buy. No one wants them. I'm actually looking at them. I'm like, this might be a good opportunity now. They've been decimated like 98% of the value. It's when you buy low, right? Yeah. Actually throw some lottos in there, maybe.
Fractal Firmament said, the states have over-licensed and the industry has gotten saturated. Yeah, I mean, everyone jumped in that train. We only have less than a minute left. We've got a ton of NASDAQ traders in here. Do you have anything for NASDAQ before I let you go?
Thank you here. You know, I don't really prefer Nasdaq. I like
You
the
don't look at
Russell.
that
Believe
one
it or
as
not.
much. I know. I'm just
I
curious
love
what
the
you've got.
Russell.
I just want to see.
I have
Oh,
it
then
up
do the
here.
Russell. Do the Russell. Because after this one, we got to hop. We gotta go to Tanya. But I want to let you get one more in. It's not often I have you on here. I know we're gonna have you on here more, but I want to see one more real quick one from you.
All right, Russell, where are you?
How many screens
I
you got
have it.
over there? What do you got? Like 47 screens? He's looking around. He's looking behind him. Everybody. He's going.
16 in total. I got 6, my wife, and I got 10. But we communicate. Yeah, we love.
And his wife's the pivot queen.
Yes,
I'm not joking.
my best friend, but she's awesome. She's
Yeah,
learned
she's
so
cool.
much. Here, I'll bring it
All
up.
right, don't worry about it. Listen, we got to run. We got to run anyway because we got Tanya coming up now. We got to get ready to get into the Open. Listen, we're gonna have you back.
Awesome.
The audience loves you. I love you. You know,
Thank you, man.
you and I, we got the first time me and Steven got on a call. We were both sipping espresso, talking for like an hour.
Oh my
it was
God.
great.
I drink too much
we had a
espresso. I
blast.
drink about
Remember
15
that?
espressos a day, and I drink about 15 espressos a day. It's bad. My wife's freaking out. I just had 2 of them right now. I'm shaking. I can see myself shaking on the show. I'm like, oh my, I drank too much. But anyway, I love espresso. It gets me. If I don't have an espresso
Gets
in the
me
morning,
going, baby.
I start going crazy. That's my
Yeah.
That's my power drink, espressos. Well, we're Italian. That's why
That's
I guess we
right.
love them so much. I
Yes.
guess. Anyway. Yeah.
That's right, man.
So,
All right, listen, everybody, go and follow the Pivot King on X. He's look at. I love your commentary. I love your analysis. But you're just, I mean, to me, you're a character. You're a great guy. You're great for
thanks,
this
man.
industry. You bring excitement to it. You're always a lot of fun to speak with. I can't wait to have you back on the show. Thank you so much, Stephen.
Awesome. Thanks, Anthony. Talk to you soon. Ciao.
All right, we've got Tanya. Tanya, good morning. We got you on mute.
Oops, my bad. Good morning, Anthony. How are you doing this morning?
Doing good. This morning, I was watching the poll. Votes are still coming in. Everybody hit that, hit the vote. 55% bullish. It's funny. I don't remember a day where we've not had a bullish vote in the poll for so long now, Tanya. It's kind of crazy to me. It's just like it stays in the mid to high 50%, even when and every day the market still somehow finds a way to rally out of yesterday's little hole that was in. Maybe we get to the charts. We take a look at what you saw yesterday and what you see now coming into today.
Yeah, totally. Yesterday was did provide a short in the morning, and then really crazy around like 11 a.m. when that news came out with Trump wanting to fire Powell. And that caused another drop in the market. Took out previous weekly's low. Nasdaq didn't do that yet, so there is like actually a divergence there with the Nasdaq not taking out a previous weekly low. And it is just honestly crazy how we made that wick on Nasdaq like 2 days ago. A lot of people were calling for maybe like a local top. And yesterday, to me, yesterday should have been a down close candle if we're going to have some continuation lower. And that clearly didn't happen. We had this giant wick to the downside after this giant one to the upside. It's the wicks be wicking, you guys. That's what I'd be saying lately. And you just have to keep trading the range essentially, because we have that divergence. We're already back up to the middle of the range or upper half of the range, really. So I can't really think that this is going to stay intact. I'm honestly mostly bullish as well with the chat. Thinking that, we're probably going to head on over to that high from 2 days ago or so. And yeah, like what's that level like through 23,224 on the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's definitely stronger. Didn't take out that low like ES did. And Yeah, we had that shift up, broke a 4-hour high, closed above it, and now we had this 4-hour FEG also created. And it rebalanced it kind of perfectly, actually. That's kind of interesting to me when it rebalances that perfect.
Explain that real quick, Tanya. Can you explain when you say it's
Yeah.
rebalanced it? I've not heard you talk
Yeah.
much about that.
Yeah, for me, it's like, well, it left this gap when we closed above it, and then it left this FEG, the difference between this high and this high candle of this candle and this low of this candle, and I just see that price came back exactly to this candle's high, pretty much. And that just shows like it didn't break below that key level, bounced pretty perfectly there. So it looks like we're heading towards buy side. There's definitely no shift down to a bearish shift. I know yesterday I talked about this 4-hour FEG on ES, but I'm not so concerned about that anymore, since at the open yesterday, what had happened there was a divergence on the 15-minute. And so that's what got me into some shorts in the morning. And we took out some sell side now. So I actually don't anticipate this key level to hold for ES to go lower. I think that will probably close above it and then end up going to this week's high, make a new high on the week. So yeah, if I'm going to go down to the 15-minute now. Yeah, so I would think that NASDAQ, yeah, we're going to hold this low. We're breaking a swing short-term high on the 15 as well. And I'd probably look at this leg and we'll see where's like 50%. It's this FEG here, and that does line up with like these swing highs, like the bodies of that. So I'll see if at the open, if we retraced here on the 15-minute from here to here, totally from this zone, which is, now I can remove this, 23,119.5 to 23.99. If we hold this, we come back, retrace during the open, we hold it, I would look for longs towards 223.5, which is this around this week's high. And that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm definitely also biased towards longs, like the chat is. And I would prefer for ES to, yeah, then close above 63.19 and start reaching for also last week's high. NASDAQ is definitely stronger, so I'd rather long NASDAQ in this case.
Yeah, I
Same
mean,
thing
after
though.
yesterday, I mean, we got a small little kind of V bottom again. You know, again, the market just takes any sort of negative headlines or any selling. I wrote in my note, there's just like no real sellers out there. And I mean, and of course, I'm short by longing some puts, but mine expire next week, and I'm just going to let them go. I mean, unless we close above 63.04 for me. But yeah, I mean, you look at it, you can't deny it. I mean, the market continues to be resilient. You know, and just as even the Pivot King talked about, he's like, well, you know, S&P could just be bid, and it's what it is. You know, it's just defying everything. Not to say that there's anything really bearish out there, but the rotations are so narrow, you know, and they come off of them so quickly. We spend no time near a low. That to me is just a sign that it's like, look at, we're back in this situation where I agree with what you're looking at. You get a narrow pullback in NASDAQ. What is that, 50 points from here? It's kind of a big one at this point because it's not very busy. But you know, if we get that, that's what you have to look for. I mean, that's where the opportunities are, not shorting it.
Yeah, totally. Like yesterday, we had a short-lived short at the open from after our pre-market talk for looking for some kind of divergence. You see that on the 15-minute yesterday, ES took out some yesterday's afternoon, some equal highs into this FEG here, and then NASDAQ made a lower high, and then that provided a short-term, a short back down to London lows, and also for ES previous weekly high, low. But that's basically it. It didn't, for me to look for more continuations, I would have needed some more weakness there, and I wanted us to close weak yesterday near like the lows, and we clearly didn't do that. We actually, I didn't even notice this, but like, yeah, we literally took out the intraday high on NASDAQ at 4 p.m. and ES. Wow. So Yeah, it can't stay bearish. The structure just does not hold up for like more than one leg down or at a time, really. And then it comes out, takes out the swing high that made the low. You could see when we took out yesterday's intra-session high. And yeah, so it looks like London, I mean, Asia expanded to the upside, London retraced, and actually we had a pre-market retracement to the 4-hour fair value gap and marked out, and it does look like looks pretty decent. Like I would want NASDAQ to hold these pre-market lows here that it made at 7 a.m. So I would want it to hold this level of like 23.7225 for the bullishness to still bullish structure to be still intact. If it doesn't, then I'd have to just go back to the drawing board, see how it reacts to here. But definitely more bull bias myself as well today.
You have anything in gold?
Sure, like let me check out gold. You know, I was actually thinking about like euro and I was taking a look at euro and British pound yesterday. I could take a look at gold.
I'd like to see what you have for euro too.
Yeah. Because of all that talk about like Powell, you know, you would think that would make the dollar weaker and then help the euro, you know, boost the euro and the British pound. But we'll take a look at how that structure fared out. I knew that they really popped out yesterday, intraday, but we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, gold, you know, what was it? The other day on Monday, I had said I wanted it to retrace into this area and like have a nice reaction to look for longs. That literally didn't happen, never shifted on the 5-minute. And yeah, it looks like we're just back in the range. I don't really love it. I would need 32.90 to hold for more bullishness, but it doesn't look like it honestly will. Let me if I look at the weekly for a second. It looks more bearish to me now because it didn't really have a strong reaction there. And we swept a previous weekly high here. Okay. We couldn't hold above it. It's probably not gonna, yeah, it's probably gonna end up going for a previous weekly low. Let me see. Mark out previous weekly low. And then honestly, I'm sure a lot of people have been probably trying to short it, honestly. Let me think. It seems pretty similar to like the NASDAQ. It can't sustain a move lower. The daily, I would say that this is pretty much, it needs to hold in this area right now, honestly, if it's gonna be any good. Let me see the 4-hour. So for more upside, otherwise it's really looking like it's failing actually. Yeah. That had happened there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Pivot King had 32.90 as well. He said the same thing this morning. He's like 32.90. He's kind of his line in the sand.
Totally, yeah.
So gold gets interesting down here for people.
It is, yeah. So I'd honestly, yeah, we need to see if 32.90 holds. If it doesn't, it's easily going to fall through to 32.50s, honestly, for me. Otherwise, yeah, this is pretty much the last line in the sand for gold. If because it doesn't look like it has the momentum to keep upside right now. So I wanted to take a look at British pound for a second and euro. Just while we still have a couple minutes. 6E. Okay. Oh, honestly, I don't love that. Let me see. Yeah. This was no, it's not looking like it's going to sustain the upside right now. Yeah, this was its like massive reaction towards that Trump news yesterday with Trump headline with firing Powell, but looks like it couldn't hold this leg up. I was interested because I think euro took out like a previous weekly low, weekly FEG, and we had a nice strong reaction, and we were holding these highs that it broke, but you know, it clearly over Asia session just dropped. What is interesting though is that you do have a small divergence here now for the pound versus the euro. And Let me look at the daily. Daily again. Oh, it's kind of ugly. Okay. It needs to hold that. Otherwise, like I could see us coming back up and digging and going back up to this buy side, honestly. If on the 15-minute we break structure with a displacement, I would need that to happen like soon though. For British pound, at least. Yeah, this is the 15. It's holding it. It's not that clean, honestly. I would need to see another break. If it holds like over 1.3420, I would want a long British pound if it sustains that because it is a stronger one. And I would honestly head all the way up to here more. But it does, like, that momentum looks like it died down, so it doesn't look as enticing for me anymore. I was hoping that it would hold this and then make another swing high and even be up here today. But yeah, it looks like that headline's just like Nasdaq couldn't hold lower, like the euro and the pound couldn't really hold higher for long. So we're just not having such sustained
Yep.
movements on headlines, even though it seems kind of like a big headline. To me, it did, at least. Like changing the Fed chair, that's pretty big.
Welcome to the summer. Summer markets are here, everybody, and not everyone's jumping
They're
in
really
and doing a lot. Even I mean, it is what it is. We have
totally.
to, again,
No, they're
ex-
totally
you know,
trapping people. Yeah, like I definitely
totally.
went in on some shorts there, and like got stopped out. It moved nicely. I took some partials and then like stopped out break even. I was like, all right, whatever. Clearly, we're not sustaining lower, and I just walked away for the day because that was my whole idea. And it turned out, yeah, we can't have. You're totally right. Summer markets be that way.
Yep. All right, Tanya, we're out of time today, but people are asking about the competition. Again, let's do it quick. This is the last one we'll have with you for the morning before the competition starts next week. Here's the link. It was just dropped into chat. Everybody, Tanya, give us a quick overview of what we got going on next week.
Totally. So next Monday, we're having a $1,000 arena challenge where you'll get $1,000 of simulated capital, and from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern time will be the competition. Whoever has the highest P&L at the end of the day will win $1,000 cash prize. And we're making it so that you only choose your best setups of the day because you're limited and you're starting capital $1,000 and you're limited in the kinds of contracts you're taking. So 3 micro ES or 3 micro NASDAQ will be the competition. And yeah, so there's a $2,500 cash prize split amongst the top 10 on the leaderboard. I'll also be participating in it on this coming Monday, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Join on the link below. Make sure you sign in. The spots are not all taken yet. Just make sure you sign in and then scroll down to browse competitions, and you'll see Tanya's $1,000 arena challenge, and then you can join there.
Yep, and that's a real skills challenge as far as I'm concerned, Tanya. I know we talked about that. I think this is a great challenge for people to win cash right at the end of the day. And it's not a YOLO where people are putting on 50 minis here, 20 minis there, and then somebody, hits it. No, this is a real skills challenge, but we're paying out $2,500 at the end of the day. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for your morning commentary, and thank you for hosting the challenge. Have a great weekend, and we will see you Monday.
Thanks so much. Good luck and good trading, everybody.
All right, everybody. It's Thursday. It's my guy, man. I got to tell you what. Christian is my guy. I just love this guy. Trading boxes. He comes in each and every week, does his thing. Love his preparation. You got to respect what he does. He draws out scenarios. I mean, and he's just been really killing it with us here on Thursdays. So it's about that time to trade the open with Christian. Hey, good morning.
Hey, Daly. What's up? What's up? How's it going?
Doing great, man. Really look forward to your stuff each and every week. I think, I love everybody on the network, and I talk about this all the time with you. I just think that there's really something that you do that it's very clean. I love your prep. I think people come in, they really relate to you, they could see it, and then when you go in, and it's like you execute the plan almost just the way you drew it up. I mean, it's pretty interesting to me to see someone be able to do that, because a lot of what we see with a lot of other people, there's a lot of scenarios or things that happen right in the moment, and I get everybody's got different styles. What I love about what you're doing, I think above all, is that the preparation leads to that execution exactly. Not to say that everybody else doesn't, because I'm not saying that at all, but it's very clear to us and the users. And, so I just always want to give you kudos for that. And you've been doing really well, man. You've been making money with us. You've been really, really killing it. And so, yeah, great to have you here. And let's take a look at what you got in the charts. We chewed up a little bit of your time already this morning, but I want to get right into it with you, get you to start prepping everybody for the open. You got a position
so
on
I'll go
already,
to
or is
the
that
trade
working?
plan, but
I
I'll
can't
go
tell.
over this trade really quickly since I'm already long. I did take partials. I took, I'll go over my entry later in a bit, but I did take partials into 1.5R. I took more off at 2.5R. And, I was wanting to see we would be able to hold and potentially set up a continuation higher. It does not looking like that. So I wanted to leave a runner on. So we'll see if we can sort of create some sort of contraction here, and then maybe we do get higher. But that's just a waiting game for now. Let me go into the trade plan here. So as we all know, we've been in this I think 10 days or 11 days now in this range. Here's a 4-hour. In ES, it's pretty evident this range is 62.55, 60 to 63.18. So I've been mostly focusing on, it's an uptrend, so I'm focusing on buying pullbacks into support. And that's been playing out really well. We just recently hit that 63.18 number. So I think, what a lot of viewers here will agree with me here is that until we can form acceptance of resistance, we can assume that it's going to be rejected back down. The same for support. If we can hold support and form acceptance, then we have to assume that it's going to go back up. So we're in a mean reversion market until we can do something like this or something like this for ES. On a breakout higher, we can see 63.70s. For NQ, it has been stronger. We have semis leadership, software's bouncing back, just a lot of growth areas in tech that are just killing it. So it's not, we're not really now at this point where price is, we have to sort of consider, is it now time for it to form acceptance, meaning the 70-80 area, which was sort of prior highs in this range. You can see that if price attempted to hold on this initial breakout, hold back into it, tried to bounce and created a doji hammer candle, and then it rejected back down. So that was failure. That was a failed breakout that we experienced on Tuesday. We came aggressively into support yesterday, bounced back up. Can we now hold it? We held it this morning, which is what got me long. But can we hold, form some sort of acceptance here, and then break out higher? Maybe because it has been a choppy market, we just take out these highs and come back down, or can we form acceptance there and see higher? Similar for below, if we come back down, can we hold at 970s, bounce, or see a move lower, right? So it's typically zone to zone. If it can hold, great. If not, let's look for a move back down. So that's sort of the larger time frame view, and then the hourly, as always, is my trade plan. And the hourly is here's this boxed range that we are in. We are testing support here, which has been this sort of area, and now we want to see, okay, is it able to hold? Can we consolidate up here? I mean, I drew this scenario before we got the bounce. So my main scenario number one was, can we hold any bounce into or any pullback into the 90s London low area? If so, that can take us up to 63.18 and inject. We're seeing exactly that right now. If we're able to bounce a little bit here and form acceptance, then we can get a push up into prior week highs, 63.43. Of course, reject from there or hold and get to that 63.70s area that I shared earlier. If 90s hold, I mean, I think everybody has been discussing this 90, 92, 93 area. Incredible bull bear zone. So if it's able to hold on a deeper pullback again, we repeat that cycle, bounce back up and see if we can push up higher until we form acceptance of 90, 93. Then we have more of a confirmation from sellers that they're stepping down from these higher areas to this lower area, and they want to drive price lower. So until we get that, we have to assume we're going to bounce back up. And then obviously back down to support to these levels if we fail there. For NQ, we are, again, stronger. So instead of being back into that full bear zone like ES into 90, 93, which is 970s here for NQ, it's actually holding this 980, not 980, 080s, which was resistance, 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 try to hold support, failed, resistance. Hey, look at that. We held, right? We have found support. So that's a change of character. Can we continue with that? Maybe create a higher low here, form acceptance, and then break out higher. So it's a step-by-step process that we want price to guide us in, to give us a little bit more data, because we're data analysts at the end of the day. We analyze the data that's in front of us to make decisions. So the data is telling us that NQ is really strong. We're holding the most immediate support area. Can we hold up here, form scenario 1.2, and then break out higher to new highs above this 222 high and maybe into 270s? If it fails, then we can get our pullback into that 90s, 70s bull bear zone. Look for a bounce opportunity there until we form acceptance and know that sellers are moving down and are ready to take price lower into prior day low 280s. A little bit of the same between ES and NQ, but it's a range bound market. So I like to focus on a zone to zone level and see how each day goes.
Yep, clean and concise as usual. I'm bouncing. Everybody, show my boy Chris some love. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe to NinjaTrader Live so you never miss an episode of what we're doing here. Following Chris is my boy Stowe today. But show these guys some love. Hit the like button. I'm out of here for today, Chris. I'll see you in chat. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you next week.
All right, Daly. You take care, all right? Enjoy that sun. All right, gang. We have how much time do we have left to the open? 4 minutes into the open. How's everybody doing? GM, Tracy, good morning. Chuck, thank you for the kind words. Hey, Infinity. Thanks, Larry. Good to see you. David, Bolivia. Good to see everybody on here. I see each of you guys every week. It's a good group. Hey, Ivan. Sí, hablo español también. Yeah, we had told Ninja to do a Spanish version for our all around the world. But thanks for joining us. And it's a 2-in-1, right? So you learn a little bit of English if you're learning, and then you're learning how to trade. So hey, Faina, good to see you. John, Emilio. Oh man, I can never get away from that. Hey, Juan, Jose, good to see you guys. Jim, looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here. Somebody's here from Colombia. I'm telling you guys, look, learn a little bit of English, learn how to trade. What else do you need? You can make money in Spanish and in English. What else? And making money in 2 languages is the best feeling. Uruguay, look at this. Our land community is showing up for me. Thanks. I'll carry the torch. So I'll go over my trade. So as the market opens here in 2 minutes and we wait to see what happens, I thought we were going to hold up here. It doesn't look like it. So NQ had this volatile consolidation here, but we were back testing that 980 zone, right? So you have to remember that's support. So think of this as support here. So we were back testing that. And you guys know I follow trend structure a lot. So we had our lower low, lower high, attempt to a new lower low, reversal back up. Now, into this reversal, we had a strong rejection. So I think hopefully by now some of you guys know that on a new rejection and a breakdown attempt, because that's what this was. Let me delete this because it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out and don't need this anymore. So in a strong rejection like that, that's looking to make new lows, what you need to see is you need to see price come in, bounce to create a lower high, and then break lower. I mean, I by now, you know, you guys should think I'm repeating myself because I am, because what I do and what anybody else does on here, it's very repeatable. Consistency in the market is a repeatable application of the parameters that allow you to have a positive expectancy, right? So I sound repeatable. It is, the process is repeatable. So hopefully I don't get stopped out. That'd be crazy. We can bounce back up from here. On a new breakdown attempt, we are to bounce to create a lower high and reject. When we fail to do that, I got long on that reversal, right? AKA the 9 EMA lower high entry, which was right here. And my stop went right here. So you can see how my entry was exactly there because I was looking at the 5-minute here to look for an entry at the break of that last 9 EMA lower high, right? I want to enter into that reversal because when we take out the last lower high, what takes place? We start a new higher high, right? I mean, this is trend following 101, right? We take out the last lower high and we start a new higher high, higher low sequence. So it is in the birth of that new trend sequence that I am looking to get long in, okay? So let's see, let's give it some time. Let's see what the market does here because it did go a little bit through a strong rejection. And ES is leading, so we want to see if we can hold. Don't mind me, I'll look at some of my swings while we do that. Okay, so I got stopped out there. Now we're coming back into this 980 zones. What I want to see here is, can we hold? Can we create some sort of wedge structure? Maybe bounce back up or lower. So as that takes place, maybe it stopped me out and it's going to reverse. Would be something. Oh, I think so. I like how keys look. Elijah, good to see you on here. Oh, really? Sav, I didn't know that. There's this channel called Bank Math that's been doing live translations of some of our streams. So if I'm talking in Spanish, are they now translating in English? How does that work out? Hey, Matthew. Hey, Michael. David, you need more days on Duolingo. Shab, good to see you. Been so long since we talked. They're gonna do a transition to Spanish chat on Thursdays. Hey, Nick. What swings am I in? I am in crypto related themes. I am in hood. What else am I in? Yeah, we're selling off pretty aggressively here. So let's see what, I mean, again, we're coming into, look, let me go over that hourly again. So here's NQ and ES. I mean, ES is just a little bit of a choppy structure here, but NQ has a little bit of has more clarity. You can see that these prior areas here was resistance, resistance, resistance. Didn't quite make it, but resistance. Then we back tested it on the breakout, right? We held and we bounced. So I was long here actually into that back test. And guess what happened? Resistance, resistance. We came back, had a little bit of a failed breakdown, and that's where I got long. And you can, I think I just went over it. If you missed it, go to the beginning of the stream. I shared how I looked for my entry. So what I'm doing here is I'm looking for hourly, the combination of hourly trend and hourly support and resistance to then apply a 2 or 5 minute entry setup into that area, right? So we're still here. We have not really confirmed that we're breaking. Can we continue to hold here and see scenario 1, or do we now start to form acceptance and break down to 970 scenario 2? So that's my main focus here. And as I mean, most of you guys are here every Thursday already, but a acceptance here would look like some sort of wedge structure and then a break lower. So that's my main focus on for the structure for a breakdown in order for me to participate in, right? Price can break right through it and I may miss it because I didn't have a way to manage risk for my account, right? I need to find a way to manage risk, and that is through a repeatable structure that I know. If we are not to break down, then we can see a 9 EMA reversal here and then a move back up. And with ES, holding a little bit and being strong, I am wondering if we can hold and attempt a bounce. So at the moment, it's just about waiting and seeing what we can get. What are the what a market, right? We're seeing this rotation that keeps the indices alive, and I think something that's not discussed here a lot is, this is a market of stocks, so the indices are doing what the market is doing. So when we're thinking aggressively shorting or looking for a move lower, we fail to consider that rotation takes place in the markets, and we rotate from the mags to semiconductors to software to some more aggressive growth names, right? And then when we do rotate out of all of those tech sectors, what do we see rotation in? Well, tech is probably resting, and then we see leadership in ES for the indices, and that's due to industrials, financials, utilities, right? So that's why you always hear me say it's either a correction through time or correction through price. And I think many fail to realize that because we're so focused on these lower time frames, right? And it's really important to not to be, or else it's you're missing a lot on the table. Hey, Michael, I'm good. How are you? Striker, thanks for the comment. Yeah, let's get those likes up, guys. That's a good title, Jose. All right, so as you guys know, I'm simply waiting to see what structure we form here. Where ES is holding the 6305. Now remember this sort of 15 to 18 area, strong resistance for ES. So we need acceptance up here to push up higher. ES is taking leadership. Let's see what's strong today. Industrials are strong. Oh, would you look at that? Financials are strong. So that's why you see that leadership in ES at the moment. But NQ needs to bounce to really help ES really get that drive higher. All right, so let's see what we can get here. ES is incredibly better than NQ at the moment. NQ is not even budging at the moment. what's bringing it down so much, or why is it not really moving? Semis are red, software green, so software has some leadership. Hood, good. Palantir resting. Crowd, lower, okay. MSTR, consolidating. So Bitcoin's consolidating as well. Coin, consolidating. So it's just a wait and see at the moment, right? We need structure. So there's no structure at the moment. We need that. We need that structure. ES is leading. It's ready to bounce back up. Oh, why do I have the 5 minute on? Oh, because I was showing my entry. Yeah, I need the 2 minute. Do have some divergences. Is it worth looking for a long back here again? I might consider one here. All right, I'm gonna take a 9 MA reversal again because ES is leading and NQ is attempting to bounce. So I want to see if we can get that reversal back up. Now my entry was here. My stop, oh, that's not what I want. All right, so I'm gonna look to take half off at 1.5 R if we can get up there. Oh, no. So you can see how we moved back down into support. We had a lower low, lower high, second lower low. We bounced into the 9 MA again and attempted lower, right? We attempted lower. We created a higher low and are seeing a bounce now. So the trend was done, right? That was a trend completion. Into that second lower low, we had what? We had almost equal lows in RSI. It did make a new lower low, but I don't want to call that a straight out divergence because it's not. But when you have a flat sort of equal low structure in RSI and a very steep lower low in price, that's still an indication of a divergence. And if you look at ES, you had a second lower low here. And RSI actually had a little bit of a higher low. Let's call it equal low. But that was a divergence in ES as well. In NQ, we came back to what? Support, right? So because we're still at support, we need acceptance to look for a breakdown, okay? Did we get that and did we break down? No. So I got back long again because we had divergences into support. And now I'm looking to participate in the trend. Where do you see sector strength? Do you have a scanner? David asked. No, I just I have a sector watch list and I just cycle through that to see what where's leadership. But I'm also, like I said, I swing trade, so I'm looking at a lot of things. So I am really, I'm looking at so much at the same time that I can see what's happening. All right, so let's see if we can get 1.5 R taken off. Come on, take me out. right? We got to sing that song, guys. I'm not going to sing it again because Stowe's a better singer than me. But can you take us higher? That is the phrase of the day. All right. In the meantime, let's get those likes up, guys. It's 670 of you guys in here worldwide. You know, some are Spanish speaking, and we got to get those likes up. Leo says the rule is that you sing for it, it'll work. You can't just say it. Well, see, the thing about it is I had this thing, and then I couldn't because it's just one of those things, you had to be there. Hey Brian, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. Do a dance. I'll do a money dance. All right, just take us out, right? Just take us out here at 1.5R so we can pay for our trade. Take us out. Take us out. Who's this Leo guy anyways? He keeps commenting. I can't even. Listen, where's your weekly, where's your G line, Leo? Where is that? We're way above that. So I think you're long as well. I mean, we might be like 3 points away from our entry. Yeah, we don't even know if that's Leo. It could be Kane. All right, take me out. You already partial out, Leo? I don't want to partial out here as well. Let me see if I can get out at one point. We might be range bound in NQ, so it might make sense to take some out. See if it can take me out. Okay, I got out some at 1R. 433 points. I'm going to leave the rest up here for these targets to see if we can hit that. But look, so far, I mean, if you guys have any questions, again, it's the same structure here, right? On the 2 minute, it was a lower low, lower high, second lower low. You can see that we bounce into the 9 MA to create a lower high. From that rejection, we attempted to create a new lower low. We created a higher low instead, and then reclaimed that last lower high. So does it work if we use your strategy on ICT liquidity level? I don't know what that is. Can you share more info? Oh, APP breaking out. Just got along that as well. Wouldn't I use the red box as resistance? It is resistance, yeah. So what we need here for NQ, that's a good question. Who asked that? Stan. So it is resistance. You can see that we failed to hold above it earlier and we moved back down. So now the second time around, what we need to see to confirm that we're able to hold it, we need to see some consolidation here to show that sellers aren't showing up, and then we can break out higher, right? So until we can do that, it's still resistance. We need acceptance. Let me just check. Not bad. So I need to write something down. All right. So solid move, guys. Let's see if we can get new highs, and let's see if we can get a you're hoping to quit being a chef soon. Well, what kind of food do you make? I mean, you know. All right, how's I do not have my own YouTube channel. It's just X, Twitter. So this was a really good setup here. I probably answered, you know, I didn't share enough as my thought process as I got long, but I did share that this was support, right? Let me go back over that. I went over that here. So here's the hourly in Qs, NQ. Whoa, I don't want that. Resistance, 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 resistance. We back tested here, held support, bounced, failed, right? Resistance again. And guess what happened here? We came back down, higher, higher low, some noise, chop, you know, just a lot of erratic price action down there that you may or may not understand on a lower time frame, but I can go over that. We held once, bounce, came back to it, bounce again. And now what we want to see is, okay, so scenario 1 looks to be complete. Can we now get scenario 1.2, which is, can we consolidate up here for a bit and then set up the move into highs, right? Either this high here or into the 280 resistance zone. Okay, so those are my targets. What I'm looking now to do, hopefully, is swing trade, intraday swing trade, my position, in order to allow me to capture just a much more significant move. So if we can get up to 3R, let's see, the high is at 222. I'll do 3.5R. And I'm only doing a far away partial because this could be the break of that daily consolidation, right? Let's go to SPY. So here's SPY. Again, we don't know that for sure yet. This can fail here. Maybe I should be a little bit more conservative. Let's see what I'm up on the day. Not bad. What did it take some off at 1R? If we can make a new high here, I'll look to take some off. But so going back to my comments, you know, I'll go while we're waiting here, I'll go over, and if you guys have any questions, ask, but I'll go over into, I'll put my education hat on, my teacher hat on. I don't want to say teacher, my coach. You know, this is a really good, it's a little bit complex, but it's a really good structure to understand. And for those in the group who are watching, you guys, I think by now should know what this structure is. So we had a breakdown here, okay, of this consolidation. In that breakdown, we had a lower low, lower high, attempt to a second lower low, fail, and trigger a reversal, right? So that was sign 1 that support was holding this 80, 70 area, right? Which was probably something like this. So that was your first sign that it was holding. Now, what happened here, and at the same time, this created a wedge structure. Okay, so it broke out and came back in. This was a breakdown attempt, meaning a breakdown attempt now needs to go a lower low, bounce into the 9 MA, and push lower for a new lower low. Okay, price needs to do that. Why? Because that's trend. That's the market structure. That's trend sequence, right? When we fail to continue lower and reclaim the last lower high, what do we trigger? We trigger an internal reversal that now creates a sequence of higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. Okay. When that happens, and as you're looking at other things, you have a maybe divergences, maybe a delta divergence, maybe there's something else that you're looking at, right? Maybe you're looking at volume profile, etc. When that happens, and let me go into the 2 minutes to see what structure I can find. So you can see here a little bit better that had on this internal structure, lower low, lower high, lower low, into the second lower low, and we reject on a bounce and then move lower, right? We failed to do that. What did we do instead? We took out this last lower high and we started a new 9 MA uptrend. Higher high, higher low, higher high, right? So that was my initial entry long, because it's just a factual statement that on a breakdown attempt, price needs to create a lower high on a bounce and then break lower. If it fails to do that, then we're triggering a reversal, because again, we're still at support, okay? And my entry rules are on a 9 MA reversal, we triggered push back up. Oh, Felix is saying we're forming acceptance at 63.18. Yeah, it looks like it. What we want to see here is a wedge structure to build up, confirm that we're able to hold what? This zone, but also these prior swing highs, right? That means this can act as resistance. It can now be support. Can we wedge up and set up for a continuation higher? So if we can do that, perfect. We have to wait and see though, okay? Then what happened in NQ here, I already went over that structure. You can rewind and look back, but it happened again. We had our divergences. And I got back long where? At the 9 MA lower high reclaim, which was, how did I move this? There you go. Right here, right? So now there's really not much for me to do, because since I'm a trend follower, I'm looking for a possible new uptrend to emerge. And if there's power behind this, we should push up to new highs, no problem. Remember, we have that target, that swing high at 222. So, which is right here. Let me mark this as. So that is our last swing high. Can we push up there? Maybe. So I'm looking for a move up there, but I'll take partials along the way because I want to pay myself. But in a way, I already did pay myself. I did take half off at 1R. My risk is paid for. I can just let this trade figure itself out, right? Like some in college. If we reject from here again, then so be it. There's really not much for me to do, because everything says higher, right? We have a daily uptrend. We're been consolidating. We have a 4-hour structure says higher. The hourly held what? The hourly held at the 80 zone. That says higher. So all these time frames are saying higher. So what am I going to be doing myself? Counter trading that, looking for like a 20-point move, when over time, if I can align myself with the higher time frame, I can come to risk. What is this? This is a 94 entry and a 64 stop, 30 points to make what? 100, 200 points. I mean, I've made more points. I've captured more points in trade ideas like these. So now we have to wait to see if we form acceptance. Can we hold a potential pullback, create a wedge here, and set up a push higher? Right, so that's what I'm looking for here in NQ. Similar with ES, and we'll have to wait and see what we get. But I mean, it's a great morning already. 2 back-to-back winning trades. What more, right? AVGO moving out higher. Beautiful. Coin higher. Bitcoin bouncing. Software. Beautiful reversal back up. Google just hanging out. Net. Beautiful. I'm long net as well. Just a beautiful bounce. NVIDIA, of course, you have to be long the leader. So we're seeing a lot of leadership and a little bit of semis. Hood, I'm long that. Beautiful new highs. Shopify, I'm long that. Beautiful new highs. Just great. So we have to be long. I mean, you have, again, it's a market of stocks like I shared. There we go. NQ's leading. We're up 80 points. Let's see if it can take me out on the rest here. ES attempted to create a wedge. It's already trying to break out. So I would say this is a small, a short, in timeline, short consolidation of acceptance. Good question here from GBOG. Do your targets dynamically move when you move your stop below the low? My targets, what do you exactly mean by that? My targets are fixed, meaning that the spread between my entry and my stop measures out the standard deviations of where I'm looking to take partials. I'll have resistance zones as targets, but I still want to manage my position by taking partials at areas that I know over time can help me capture, can help me lock in more points, right? For what I'm risking. So I got to manage that, because sometimes, the targets that you have don't hit. And I don't want to sit through that. I know there's people who will wait until that happens. Fantastic. But my setups occur 2 to 3, sometimes 4 times a day. So I don't really need to wait and hold, right? I can take a trade in the morning, partial out. If it runs all day, perfect. If not, maybe I'll look for another trade, partial out. So over time, I'm just stacking up these partials, right? And to me, that's a better emotional and mental. Hey, Laura's in the group. But I'm stacking up these partials and building my foundation. I like to go heavy when I find an A+ opportunity. So I build up that foundation and I attack. Oh, ATM strategy, fixed number of ticks. What if you enter and your defined stop is not under the recent low? I see what you're saying. Yes, I will probably, we'll see. When that happens, I probably need to increase my size, right? Because if I'm risking a certain dollar number per trade, and I would say that number is roughly 30 points, that's why the fixed entry and stop of the ATM is at 30 points. If it's at 20 points, for example, or even 15 points, I need to double my size so my dollar amount that I'm risking remains the same. Does that make more sense? So I'll adjust the size, but my exits will remain the same. Any reason why I won't move my stop? Yes, because this can fail right now, and I'm okay with that. I'll move my stop typically when we get into the 3 to 4 hour range, only because at that point we've seen a pretty big enough move that I know my entry can be protected. And at the moment, we can fail and come back down, right? And since I'm a trend follower, I'm looking for trends to manifest through time. So I have to give price the opportunity to figure itself out and go through some sort of back and forth to then have the move that could happen, right? If I don't do that and I move my stop up somewhere, I can get stopped out, and then later in the day, I'll see price into my targets. And that happened in the past, and I'm sure that happens to some of you. My way of fixing that was keeping my stop where it is, because look, my long is not invalidated, right? What do? We came back into support and we bounced. It is only when we fail at support that I know that my entry is no longer valid and the trend in this direction is no longer happening. But I don't know that at the moment. Because why? Because we didn't have acceptance here and then break lower, right? So I have no confirmation to act on that price is telling me we want to go lower. I want to give price the gift or for it to figure itself out and then continue higher. Until that happens, I'm okay leaving my stop where it is. But if we do push up enough to enough higher point, I will move my stop. Like if I get taken out here at 3R, I will move my stop to break even on the rest. Show more of my ES chart. There's really not much happening. NQ's leading. So what we might be getting here in ES is that consolidation acceptance, and it could be a box. But as long as this 16-15 area holds, we can do something like this and then break out higher. So at the moment, it's really not doing much. I'll do this. I would love to see another high in NQ, but maybe it doesn't give it to us. Chris, that's a beautiful strategy. Every single step, include anticipating exits. Yes, system creation is identifying the parameters that can help you create a certain outcome that you want. Okay, so that's the entry, that's the stop, that's position sizing, that's trend filter. What do I mean by trend filter? It's something on the chart that can help you understand when we're in a bullish structure or when we're in a bearish structure. For example, I think we can all agree that when the market as a whole is above the 200 daily moving average, we're in a bull market, right? And when we're below it, we're in a bear market, right? But that's something on the chart that tells you bullish, bearish. So you need something like that on the charts to help influence your trades, how you frame your trades. Why? Because if price is the most factual thing on the chart. If it is telling you that we are above support, why am I shorting? Can shorts work? Absolutely. My opinion is that shorting against the trend means you're risking 1 to make 2. If I'm going with the trend, I'm risking 1 to make 5. Right? As a business, I want to be in a position where I can make certain times more than my costs, right? And this is the business after all. That's why your parameters of your system need to be defined and then applied to understand what the positive expectancy of your rules are. You short the market because markets mean revert more than they trend. Simple stats are higher on mean reverting. Again, cool. If you're making on that, I can't tell you anything, right, Matt? Like, who am I to tell you to do something opposite if you're making money? And one of the hardest things we can do in the world, I am nobody to tell you that. I'm just sharing my experiences, my system. I'm really good at buying support when we're in an uptrend, and I'm really good at selling resistance when we're in a downtrend. I want to be in a position you know, another layer to this is when you scale. A lot of traders don't have that experience where they're scaling from a, you know, $5,000 to $10,000 account. I agree. Look, if you're really good at that and you can scale efficiently, great. I'm not good at scaling in mean reversion counter trend trades because, you know, I've traded big size, and the emotional and mental sort of the emotional and mental bank deposits, right? If I were to call that need to be in place in order for me to execute efficiently and effectively, I need to align with the trend. And like, you know, I've traded 100 lots before, and I I need to be with the trend. I can't be in a mean reversion strategy. Thanks, Garrett. I see you watching. In NQ and ES. I mean, yeah, I used to trade big size guys back in another life. But I mean, you have to understand the size of you know, the overall account. When you're trading large size, it's still, you're only risking still a percentage, right? A very small percentage of the account. I won't get into the figures, but you always have to manage your risk. Beautiful breakout in APP. Oh, there was a question on it looks like it's not really going to give us follow through, guys. Bummer. There's still hope, right? Can we hold here? Create a wedge? Because why? What happened here? So let's go over that structure here. I'll come back to this. Look, ES isn't doing anything. This is mostly strength from NQ. So ES has had a 90-MA uptrend from this reversal, higher high, higher low into the 90-MA, second higher low, second higher high, second higher low. It attempted to bounce to create a new higher high. It failed. So now we're into the 2050 EMA area. I think by now some of you guys know that when the 90-MA trend ends, we start what? A wedge contraction, because this is a contraction that the market structure creates, meaning we're no longer in a higher high, higher low sequence, or if we're in a downtrend, in a lower low, lower high sequence. We're now creating a contraction inside anchors. So this anchor swing high, and then this anchor swing low. So the structure in here says we are to create a lower high against the swing high, higher low against the swing low, and now there's no trend, literally, right? We're not higher high, higher high, higher low, or lower low, lower high. So this is the structure that's to follow now. Now, will it do that every time? No. You can see ES does have more of that. It's building that out beautifully. Beautifully, is that a word? I think it is. So we have our wedge structure here, and this is now attempting to lead. So, you know, on a breakout, if I was trading ES, I would consider it. But I mostly trade NQ because it gives you more. So I'm looking for a wedge contraction now here in NQ. If we can hold this 130s area now, that would be fantastic. So let's see what takes place. Now, what we need to see here is we need to see a reclaim of the 90-MA in yellow, because so far what we're getting is a low, lower high, and in order to avoid a new lower low to really tell us that we are going to break lower, actually, if you go back to last week's stream, I caught something similar to this to the downside, right? So if you go back to that stream, it was in the last like 20 minutes of my stream. I covered this structure really well, and I go into it, and I participated in a breakdown. And that's because we were not able to reclaim the 9MA. If we are able to reclaim the 9MA, then we move up to seek a lower high against a swing high, and then confirm our wedge structure, okay? So you see how it's a step-by-step process? And I'm only able to identify these substructures because I've spent a significant amount of time understanding these contractions, right? And I talk about this a lot. You need to create your own film library. Like in sports, you create film, you watch film, etc. You need to go back and review that, right? And that's what I do myself. And I've created a large library to help me understand all these movements in here. So when it comes time to trading in real time, I'm not, a lot of the uncertainty is gone because I've seen this structure play out so many times that I'm just waiting to see what happens, right? Do we get this structure or this structure? If we get this, then I have a better inclination that we're going to bounce. Yes, the 9MA is yellow. Correction, Emher. Wait, is this who I think it is? The yellow moving average is a AMA, is a SMA. The 20 is this green one, and the 50 is the red one. Those are EMAs. I keep the yellow, the 9, as a SMA because it tracks the higher high, higher low sequence much better than a 9 EMA. The 9 EMA is too tight, too close to price, and it's not able to I kind of want to take more off here. We are at 2R, so it makes sense. Let me see what market is saying. Oh yeah, Qs are extended. SPY is super extended. I'm gonna take more off here. So I took more off at 1.3R just because, or actually, I mean, it is, I'm looking at SPYs and Qs and they're super extended, but what we can form here is some sort of acceptance. But either way, I don't mind taking some off. This is my second profitable trade. So I don't mind that at all. So let's see if we can form this wedge. If not, what will happen with ES, it'll fail and then it'll move back down here, right? It'll do something like this and then move lower. So for NQ really needs to hold here in order to have the opportunity to bounce back up. But you can see right now, so far, it did find resistance at the 9MA on this bounce. So it created a lower high. So the internal structure of this consolidation at the moment is a little bit bearish. I'm not saying we're going to go down, but we do need to reclaim that 9MA to then get that structure and then push back out, right? Does that make sense? So it's just about waiting to see if we do get that or not. But, SPYs is, I mean, I'll share a SPY chart here. Here's SPY. I keep an eye on SPY. We've seen pretty much, I've seen a pretty big move from here to here and then higher. So can we pull back more? It makes sense. We're a little bit elevated and then create a deeper consolidation to then break out. I can see that. Absolutely, I can see that. And look, at the moment, it's moving lower, so it is weaker than stronger. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens now. APVP is pushing. I love that. Wow, Rocket Lab, Jesus. Yeah, ES is weak, failing. I mean, look, if it gives up this last swing high here, then this uptrend is probably over. It's struggling, right? There's a I like to call it, there's a negotiation at the moment taking place, and we need to see who wins. right? I let them fight it out, and then I look to position myself with the winner. That sounds kind of bad, no? So here's our wedge structure. It's breaking to the downside. So that, if I was bearish, I would probably be in this. And maybe some of you guys are. Fantastic, right? Get paid. I have only a fourth left in the trade. So I am good with the outcome. All right, so let's go over some of the questions that I've maybe missed. Yeah, hit the like, guys. We're at 270. We have almost 700 people watching. Let's get to 300 and then 350. Yeah, we no problem. I'm her. Carter Trades, 9MA is the yellow line. Yes. Eduardo asks, where can you find more about your work? There's actually, Eduardo, a comment above you is from Ninja sharing my Twitter, my X. So you can follow me on X. I don't have a YouTube. If you're interested in the group that I have, reach out, DM me, send me a message, and I can share more info. I try and keep it, more of a private group. It's a good size, but I am not trying to have 1,000 people in there. I don't know how some people do that. Yes, William. My Twitter profile was shared. Any reason I don't have, Dan asked, any reason I don't have the 200 SMA in your 5-minute? Yes, I don't really look at it. I rely more on support and resistance on zones. And I just want the most immediate moving averages to help me with trend structure. Do you feel like the 9 SMA works better with the 2-minute compared to 1-minute? It's not about what moving average works better with what time frame. It's about what time frame works the best as an internal that can help you understand the internal structure of a larger time frame. Meaning, a 4-hour 9MA consolidation is a hourly 50 EMA wedge. So let me go into that for a sec while this sort of forms. Let's say a 4-hour is this, right? This is a 4-hour higher high, higher low into a 9MA. So think of the 9MA. Oh, where do I draw those? Here? I don't know where it's at. But this is the 9MA. The internal structure will be a 9MA higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. And then when that ends, it's a 50 EMA wedge and then a breakout. So you see how the lower time frame 50 EMA wedge is a higher time frame 9MA higher high, higher low. So your question asking about the time frames, you need to understand the time frames that will help you understand the internal structure. For example, a daily 9MA consolidation is a 4-hour 50 EMA wedge. A 4-hour 9MA consolidation is a hourly 50 EMA wedge. A hourly 9MA consolidation is a 5-minute 50 EMA wedge. A 5-minute 9MA consolidation is a 2-minute 50 EMA wedge. Because the markets is fractal, it helps to understand what specific time frame it creates the internal. So look at ES. We're getting that pullback, and if you were bearish or short, you caught this breakdown here, right? This was a perfect wedge. It attempted to break out right here, and it failed. So for those of you guys, we're talking on mean reversion. Fantastic. You caught a winning trade. I can't tell you anything about that. Make your points, partial out if that's your thing, and do what you need to do, right? For NQ, we failed to hold these higher highs here. And so there's really not much for me to do. I wanted to see some sort of wedge consolidation here. We didn't get that, right? So that's sign one that it is weak. I shared the SPY chart and the Qs chart, or just a SPY, and I said how we were really extended it, we can see a pullback. We got that pullback. If you got short, fantastic. We didn't get that move to 222. Hey, no problem. I'll probably get stopped out on the rest. If it does lead lower, you know what I'll do at this point, only because I have 2 winning trades. I will probably at this point move my stop to break even. And that's more of a discretionary decision, right? I want to sort of emphasize that because I don't, from a personal aspect, I don't want to experience a loss when I have the opportunity to have 2 winning trades and have a fantastic day. But for now, you know, my job is to, I think, you know, something else that I have not discussed maybe is that in creating your system, right? Part of my strategy is to let a quarter or a third figure itself out and be okay with getting stopped out, because my objective with that last third or quarter of the trade is to, because again, I'm a trend follower, to give price the opportunity to have this weird contraction and then a push up higher, right? That's part of my strategy. And so I want to, it's part of the strategy is what I'm trying to say. So for me to exit on the last third or fourth because I don't like the action, or because it's gone high enough, I'm going against what I've created in my strategy, right? So I think that's really important to discuss, because you guys may see me, I'm up 2R, 3R, and then I'll let price come back down all the way to my entry. But it's designed to do that. Like I am positioning myself or giving myself the opportunity, oh, it's this one, to eventually be able to participate in a multi-day trend, right? That's what I'm looking to capture, especially if we're this close to potentially breaking out. So until that happens, I just got to let it do what it does. Let's go over some questions. And then I come back tomorrow. I will not be back here tomorrow. I think last Friday was, I was just subbing in. Stan asked, do you draw the boxes or the zones every morning? No, this is an indicator that was created. I have an indicator for TradingView as well, but that's, the indicator is only available for members of my group at Paradigm Shift Trading, only because there's some education behind this and what they mean, what the different colors mean, how to trade with those zones, right? So there's a lot behind that I need to spend time in educating. So it's reserved for members. Strickles ask, I do, Ashwin. You can send me a message on X and I could share more. Strickles asks, despite the break below the wedge, does the VWAP cause you to not consider shorts in this area? Well, the wedge broke down in ES. It depends on context, right? What is the structure telling us? Because if the structure is really bearish at these highs, at resistance, then the VWAP's really not going to mean anything, right? We're going to break right through it, just like we're doing now. If the context is different and we are sort of in a bullish structure, then we're probably going to bounce from VWAP. So I would say it depends on market structure for that day. NQ is putting on a good low. Yeah, Chris, NQ has not proven to be bearish. We're still holding this 130 zone. Remember, last time we failed straight down. What did we do this time? We back tested it and now we're bouncing. So again, a little bit of a change in character, right? What I want to see here is any potential higher low hold, and then maybe that gives me my push higher, right? But I do not need to micromanage this trade at this point. 64.75. I'll do this. Yes, it's figuring itself out. It's not really doing much. Any thoughts on MP, CAI, or Jemiah? You can ask in the group. MP, I mean, MP was a monster. I think it just did a stock offering, so it's down. Has it bounced? Yeah, it's bounced back up. I mean, I don't know what I could share on them. They're in an uptrend, right? If you're a trend following, you're buying stocks in an uptrend, right? Nice, guys. Thanks for getting those likes up. If we can do more, that'd be fantastic. So I'm just letting NQ do its thing here. Yeah, John. Thanks. Let's see. Names are doing well. AVGO, new highs. Coin, new highs. What a beauty. It wants all-time highs. Coin has been my best name. I am up 56% on that. Yeah, just beautiful. All right, let's see. Questions, guys. Awesome. Everybody in the group is killing it. Hey, thanks, Greenie. What's the zone? 280 and 300. Yeah, the next zones are 280 and then 350. Let's call it 360. So I'm looking for that high here at 222. I'm looking for that to be taken out. Look at that Shopify, beautiful. All the names. I mean, it's a bull market. Why am I shorting? I shouldn't be shorting. Again, I'm speaking for myself. Please make your money. Beautiful. Oh, just beautiful. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Beautiful. The market of stocks is going higher because of stocks that are going higher. into all-time highs. That's where my mind is, and I need to be long that. Just fantastic. Fantastic. So let's see if we can push up here. Let me, I want to, how do I decrease the contract size? Who can help me with that? I don't want to decrease price. If I do an order of 2 here, oh, on the number. Oh, I have to cancel it and then do 2. So I'll cover my risk here. And then I'll do 2 here. And then I'll keep 1 to see if we can push up here. There you go. So remember, 222 is my swing high target. So if we can get close to that on a big push up higher, then that would be fantastic. Not Michael Burry. Reach out to Ninja. That is available for the public. It's called the risk reward tool. Reach out to them. Kindly ask if they are willing, what they do, if they can share with you. I think it's called the Trading Boxes risk reward tool. We're up 80 points again. So look, some of the comments were on, what do I move my stop to, or what do I do with this? Look, remember how I said that price needed to figure itself out? Now look, it may not happen all the time. Yeah, Rogue, if I did the same for TradingView. But this is a great tool to have. Just it's already set for you, But price needed to figure itself out. It came back to what? The zone, right? Where it can now be support. It failed here, but we wanted to see if it can hold here. It did. So it's figuring itself out. Can we sort of create a higher low here, hold, then create a wedge here, and then break out? That would be a really good opportunity here. So let's see if that happens. But you have to give price the opportunity, especially of where we are, that we're attempting to break out of this range. I would say we do have divergences up here on these new highs. That's the only concerning thing. So we may not reach it. Look, we just had rejected hard in ES. ES is struggling to reclaim the 63.18 zone. So this is really pretty straightforward structure here. Bounce, rejection. Bounce, try to hold, and rejected. Bounce, rejected. So at the moment, ES is much, much weaker. It is telling you that it is unable to reclaim this resistance zone, right? So what do you need if you were to be bullish ES? You need acceptance here to get long. As of right now, the short side in ES is a better play for today. ENQ, tech is leading, so it's doing much better. This initial break higher failed. We then back tested it, had sort of like a failed breakdown here, bounce. So can we now create a higher low, consolidate, and then higher? That's what I'm looking for here, okay? So let me only make this drawing and then share what we could possibly get if we are to go higher, okay? If we are to go higher, we're to do something like this. Let's see if that happens. If it doesn't, then we are going to push back down into here, okay? The only 2 scenarios. Price can move a little bit funky in between those, but there's only 2 scenarios here. We got almost 350 likes. Fantastic. Let's get some more, guys. We have 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes with me. I think we've had a heck of a morning. We have 2 winning trades. It feels like it's almost back to back every week, right? That we have winning trades, and there's losses. I mean, I think when the stream started, I think I had 2 back-to-back weeks of losses. But it's if you can just stick to the structure, do your best to align with that structure. How so, Chris Fisher? Oh, maybe it's what you're looking at, right, in your charts. Like, to me, it's a little bit more clear. We held support, so price is it's looking to bounce. I would be surprised if we can do another strong push up higher. Let me see what. But the market is firing on all cylinders. Wow, big day. Fantastic for stocks today. It's beautiful. Yeah, that's why I'm just gonna let this do what it does. I mean, market's so strong. 360. I think we can get to 400 by the time I'm done here. 400, 420. Let's get those likes up. Those guys in the back and gals. But fantastic day today. How about you guys in the group? John, good to see you. Chuck and John are in the group. Fantastic trading, guys. Good to see everybody making those points. You know, this is what it's all about. Extracting capital from the markets in order to create the life that we want for ourselves and or for our families, right? We cannot forget that. And every day that we can show up here and do that, it's just a gift, right? To be able to show up and do what we do and trade when you know, not many get the opportunity to do this, but if we can be good at it and make money, we definitely have to help out, right? So don't forget that. If you can get one thing from me, definitely pay it forward. Okay. Just another day, another good day with me. That comment and username, it's funny. Just another day, it should be just another good day with Chris. But I think, you know, if you approach the markets with with gratitude, and who was talking about this? There was a discussion with Brett Steinberg, which is I don't know if you guys have read his books, but yeah, totally, Matt. Brett Steinberg, I believe his name. He is a psychologist. Well, he's a trading coach, yeah, but I think his background is as a psychologist. But you know, he was asked a question in a conference recently: what what do you see that institutional traders or fund traders are not? Steenberger, yes. What do you see that they're not going on tilt or FOMOing trades, right? And his answer was, after working with hedge funds traders, is that they owe a fiduciary responsibility to the assets that they're managing, the capital that they're managing, right? And I know we're not in that world, but when you focus on something bigger than yourself and the impact you're trying to do, either for your immediate family or for other people, or a certain purpose, you can, in that daily planning, remind yourself why you're doing this, right? Remind yourself what is that higher purpose that you're getting into this skill set, because it can help you over time avoid some of the FOMOs, the tilt, going on tilt, because you have a bigger purpose, right? Like myself, is my family and my health. So it's good to have that higher purpose. Okay, so some of the questions here. Thanks, Chris, for breaking down market movement for people that are just starting. No problem. Market structure and trend sequence are something that took so long for me to understand. And if I can pass on that knowledge to you guys, fantastic. Hi, Chris. I've already said that if you are not the best, you are one of the above. As a person, as a trader, well done, and thank you again. I'm certainly not the best, but thank you. It's just intense discipline to do what my rules are set up to do, right? If that makes sense. Because look, guys, it's a business. You need consistent revenue to have that business become successful. So, and anybody here can tell you that. Hey, Samira, no problem. You enjoy the rest of your day. What's the name of the tool from NinjaTrader? It's called the risk reward tool. Reach out to them and they can share it with you, LT. Chris, man, words of wisdom. Set the trade mindset to realize that what you're doing is bigger than yourself, and that helps me with tilts, man. That concept, yeah, no problem. It helped me, right? I was doing it for a certain reason. What books do I recommend to trading? Look, the best books that changed my life are all the books by Dr. Van Tharp. He's a systematic coach, trader. Changed my life, changed my trading around, because I understood how to create a system with all the parameters that are needed, that are repeatable, and that this repeatable sequence of parameters give you a certain outcome. Olivia, thank you. Dr. Van Tharp. His books are, I have some of his books here. I can't remember at the moment. I'll write it. Hey, Ferreira, Bolivia, no, thank you for that. Juan, good to see you. Look at that, we're moving into our targets. Faina, no problem. Yeah, Trade Your Way to Financial Freedom. That's a great bug. I think Super Trader is his other name. Yeah, Super Trader. Hey, Chill Vibes, thank you. Michael, no, I'm not in New York. I'm in California. I am in LA. What? WhatsApp? What? Oh my gosh. Sav, what? Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. All right, so look, guys, let me go back to the hourly or the 4-hour. The hourly. So looks like we're about to get hit. We're up 100 points. Fantastic. So I shared, hey, on a hold of 0.80s, scenario one could be a bounce into 130s, 140s, and then get rejected. What, 222? We're at 190. We're 30 points away. Just some internal laughter. But so scenario one's that we could get rejection, right? Scenario two was that can we form acceptance, hold, and then push out into this 222 area. So it looks like we're on our way. So I'm targeting that, right? Because why? We held support. Again, my comments have to be, did we form acceptance down here and then did we break lower? No. So the uptrend continues and I have to be positioned to participate in that, right? Like my man Stowe, I am required to align with the trend to extract capital. Just a beautiful move today in markets. Beautiful. APP, what a push. Shopify, what a push. I mean, rotation back into software. Oh my God, if APP, let's get to 380s. That would be fantastic. So, or SAP. Right? So that might make sense, right? Support held. So I need to be looking for longs. Nothing told me to be looking for shorts. Yeah, Stephanie, that book is great as well. John, let it continue higher, you know? Mike, thanks, Chris, learning a lot from your conversation and earning some. Hey, look, when we can learn and earn, that's a great day, right? Cube, Q, Ice Cube, today was a good day. Now, if we can learn and earn in 2 languages, like some of our Spanish speakers here, that is amazing. I think we're gonna call it Thursdays, learn and earn. What is the reason I got long NQ this AM? I shared that at the beginning, Dan. Yeah, John speaks both. That's awesome. So, you know, it's a little bit of a complex structure, but I did go over that, Dan, in the beginning. So I would say just rewind that and go over so you can see how I went over the structure that got me long initially. On this other trade here, I got long because the trend completed, lower low, lower high, second lower low. I share that into that second lower low or second higher high. 80% of the time, the trend is done. And we can make a third lower low for sure, but you can see we attempted to break lower and then we reversed. That was a higher low. So I got long on that reversal. Again, if you watch the stream, I go over that. But aprender y ganar con Chris. Yeah, definitely. I can't. No. We got to keep it I mean, I've said, right, there's some sort of channel that's translating this in Spanish live. If I start talking in Spanish, they're gonna start translating in English. So we're gonna need a third channel to translate that. Listen, guys, this is up quite a bit. I'm taking another partial before I get off here. Let's see how we hold this and if we can push out. Hey, Bradley, no problem. Thanks so much for that comment. Just about, finding gratitude and enjoying the process, which I need to do more of that as well. But, focusing on gratitude would really help a lot. We forget, right? We forget a lot of those things we're grateful for when we're in the middle of a busy life. So let's see if this can push out to new highs. Kind of want to move my stop, my next partial here. This is at 3.5 R. Only because ES is still struggling again, and NQ is has some divergences up here. You know what? I'll do this. I'll take more off here. And then now I have one left. And then I'll keep the rest for a push up here. All right. And so that'll be probably how I end the stream here in a bit. But it was a fantastic day. We caught this initial long, right? From, yeah, oh, I don't want that. We caught this initial long. The rest got stopped out. And then from here to here, more. I mean, 2 back-to-back trades is always great.
Morning, brother. Nice trade.
Stowe, what's up?
Sorry for sorry for the production team too. So Chris, I logged in to the green room and my camera, instead of being pointed at my face, was pointing directly at my knees.
You got trader knees, or what's going on there?
I got trader knees, yeah.
That's funny.
Calloused from spending a lot of time on the ground praying for higher highs.
Yeah. How's your trading this morning?
Oh, good. Super clean day, I'm long from a little bit above VWAP now, just in this runner. Yeah, looking for new all-time highs, I guess, if we can clear this 200 spot. ES also has quite the poor low there at 63.23, so would like to see that get to 63.30 and then call her a day. If I was to write it, if I was to script it, that's how I'd like to see it play out.
Yeah.
So probably means it won't happen like that, but yeah.
Your entry was at 169. A little bit.
No, that's where my stop is, because as a responsible trader, I now move my stop into profit so that Jim doesn't yell at me. But no, I'm in from
137.
Yeah, 137.
Oh, so you probably got back on that reversal after the pullback?
Yep. Yeah, ES pulled back and ticked previous day high. It also held the previous week value area high. That 63.10 spot, has been a busy place. So it came back and retested that. So I was using ES quite a bit today for Confluence.
Yeah.
Now we just need to get up and break that high, and I bet this takes NQ to new all-time highs if that happens, and that's where we'll get filled and be done. But I'm just trailing it up now. I don't want to give too much of this back.
Yeah, same. That was my target as well at 222. And it looks like we're close, so we're 30 points away.
Yep. But, we're one pretend firing Powell tweet away from a 1% slide, so you never know. That's why you gotta protect those profits.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah,
you had a trade earlier before that as well?
let's see.
Or did you see something at 80s? I'm
Oh,
wondering, like that. I have an entry there, so I'm wondering if you saw, I don't know what you guys look at, Delta Flip or something
Oh
that.
yeah. No, I sold so looking at this leg right here. So this is where I took this is a short. So I didn't take a short, but that's where I got out of my trade when I saw this
I see.
this passive seller come in. And we did peak above this. So I was maybe this was going to be IB break and then fade um back into value. Also, ES was kind of, continue. It turned more into a balance move at that moment. So I just got back down to one there. Um, and then I'm just dragging this stop up since we held overnight high, which was around
Yeah.
159. I did take a short this morning that immediately blew up in my face. So there was that. I thought that this is the leg is reset, so this delta is not showing what was happening. But there was a ton of passive selling here, so I got a short here and then immediately
That's right at
stopped
the
out.
open.
It was above. It was at 945.
Okay.
946. So I got short 121. Got stopped out for those two lots, and then figured I needed to figure out how to get long.
Yeah.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
Yeah, we're getting it. Awesome. Good to see we both have the same targets and we're trading in alignment. Pretty much
Yeah.
like most of the time.
We do that all the time, yes, and we trade completely differently. Isn't that cool? I love that
Yeah.
so much, dude.
Yeah. I do like that. There's some really good alignment there in our trading and our styles, looking at complete different things, even different candle colors.
Yep.
All right, my
Oh.
friend, I'll let you take over.
All right, brother.
It was a great morning. Hope the rest of the day goes great for you. Are you going to be on in the afternoon?
Yep. I'll be on this afternoon too. Double duty today. Me and the big cat. Closing it out
Okay.
for Thursday.
All right, I'll see you guys then. All right, you guys take care. Everybody else in the chat, take care. It was a great morning. You guys have a good rest of your day.
All right. Peace, buddy. Give it up for Chris. Killed it again. More production staff staring straight at my knees as soon as I log in. It's hilarious. Well, my kid uses my computer to Zoom with her grandma, and they do my mom's a kindergarten teacher. She retired, but she just gets in and does all these kindergarten programs and stuff with my kid. And so obviously the camera points way down, and then I do this to them all the time, if I'm being honest. It's not the first time that's happened. So apologies, everybody. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, it's pretty good. So yeah, today was cool. Seems we shook off that pullback yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty good day. I did take a break from the internet yesterday, which was awesome, but I still traded. Something I just just traded my own account. Nothing, no pressure. Just me chilling by myself trading, which feels good. It's nice to get back and do that every once in a while. So I spend a lot of time talking to yins. Garv, I do have underwear on, yes. Typically. It's pretty rare not to. I mean, I'm just not that guy. Consistent. Yeah, sure. So passive selling and passive buying is identifiable on the delta volume profile, which is this red and blue thing I've got over here, occasionally referred to as red team, blue team for me. And So when you're coming up into an area, like we can see it on this leg here. When you're coming up into a spot and you see a bunch of blue, this is offer that is being filled by market orders crossing the spread from bid side to the offer side. So in order for this number to go up this high, there needs to be someone sitting there on the offer on the other side of that trade. So that's what I'm going to watch this for a second. We did it. Woo! Let's go. New all-time highs, baby. I think so. I'm pretty sure. On NQ anyways. Let me double check, make sure I'm not saying something ridiculous. Yep. Woo! That was a good trade. I'm stoked on that. It can go as far as it wants now. Oh yeah. Yep, that's what's up. Anyways, back to the passive selling thing. So as price is going up, it comes into this area, you see all of this this blue delta. That is someone sitting on the offer that's serving as the other side of that liquidity when the market order is crossing into the offer side. And oftentimes that is a sign that price is going to turn around. I mean, it's a seller. So when I see that stuff and I have multiple lots on, I at least take one off into that area. I also got a ton of stuff here that signaled, this signals exhaustion. This is all part of the Delta Map study from Order Flow Labs. This signals exhaustion. This is a Delta flip that happened right there. Obviously, there's a passive seller that I'm viewing on the Delta volume profile. So, when you get a bunch of clues like that, it's like, all right, let's take one off there, see what happens. You don't give up on the whole idea for the day, but in this micro structure, in this rotation, like that was a sign we might pull back. And we did the 76 to 59. So, 59-point pullback. And then it had to churn. You can see it had to churn through that seller a couple times. And, then we eventually broke it. And this is the cool thing. If there's trend, then you can then take that context and use it, further. So now that we broke through it, what's going to happen when we come back and test it again, which we did here, just came back to that area on this pullback from yet another passive seller, pulled back, tested this, price once more, and then it just went straight up from there. So, yep. So that's how I see a passive seller. That's how I use it in context of the day. You can't just see that stuff and click the sell button. That's not how it works, because you don't know, you never know what this positioning intention is. The only thing you can see is the activity. Good morning, Omni. Good morning, Bolivia. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, thanks, Manindra. Yes, it is better since I've switched to minis. It is much better. And I actually traded minis on my own account yesterday, which was the first time I did that, and that was a good experience. So I'm getting ready to do the switch. That's my plan. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Good morning. Lido, no, I'm not shorting this at all. You have the opposite thing. No, I'm not looking for shorts. I am only looking to long this. I don't know what you mean by imbalance either, because everything is, pretty balanced. Unless you're talking about divergence between ES and NQ. I mean, there's not drastic divergence at all. NQ is just stronger. Pulled back much less. Like ES pulled back to the previous day high, and it's -1 VWAP standard deviation band, whereas NQ only made it back to the VWAP itself. They're still relatively, in sync though. So just like the band. No problem, consistent, of course. Hans, I will. I'll write that down and I'll hit you with that in a second. I have to pull up my indicator thing to show you my Delta Map stuff. And I don't want to pull up that screen just yet while we're watching this. Lido, no. Again, I'm sorry. Yeah, I answered you twice there. So this is a trend. I don't like to short into trends. It's not only a high time frame trend, it is an intraday trend. Everything about this is trending. Now, it is sketch, at least moderately sketch to long all the way up here, but it's not to say that it couldn't work. Like you see this, you can always buy high and sell higher. Just because something is overextended, like there's no such thing. Honestly, there's no such thing as being overextended. That's like looking at RSI and being like, wow, this RSI is so hot. It's at 95. I got to short this because it has to revert. Like it doesn't have to revert. The market doesn't have to do anything. If the market's in price discovery mode, like it appears to be today, literally discovering new all-time highs, like a great explorer, no, there's no need to short this because it can keep going up in a similar way that it can keep going down. The market goes up a lot more than it goes down. So this example exists a lot more than examples of, trend down days. But just because something is overextended doesn't mean that you should short it. And for me, that's the opposite. Like if something's overextended, I'm looking for opportunities to stay on that trend until that trend stops. Yeah, and then also, yes, Fly here has a good point. Just you can still short this strategically if you have a strategy for that. But as far as the day type and the intraday trend and all that stuff, it's currently extremely strong to the upside. So not to say you can't have a playbook that has short plays in here. I just don't. Arm Gabor, what does passive mean? Okay, so no. Is it a stop loss? No. You don't know what's a stop loss and what's not a stop loss. There are two things that exist in the market. There are market orders and there are limit orders. Limit orders sit on a book. So like if I was, let me put this. All right. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to put a buy limit order on the book right here. Right. So this is, it says to buy limit. So that means that at 23,205.25, if price comes down here, my two orders are sitting on the bid side of the limit order book. They're there. They're sitting there. If price comes down and a market order crosses the spread from the offer side to the bid side, my two orders will fill. It's also worth noting that, like, if there are other people there, we're all sitting there in a queue. It's like a line for a roller coaster, right? You're just sitting there and we're waiting for that many people to come down and want to sell and cross the spread into my buy orders, right? That's a limit order. The other kind of order is a market order, which is active. So a limit order is passive because it's just sitting there. A market order is active because if I was to press, Alt B, which is my shortcut for buy, market buy, or I could just hit this buy market button right here. What that would do is it crosses the spread from the bid to the offer, and it will take the soonest offer that's sitting there. So if I hit that button, it's going to cross the spread, and whoever is first in line, wherever that price happens to be on the offer side, that's where I'm getting filled. That's the difference. So passive orders sit on the order book and wait. Active orders are what move the market because they are crossing the spread, causing price to go up and down. And that's my TED Talk about active and passive. No worries. It's a weird concept. There's lots of different ways to, try to understand it. Let me get this order out of here. I don't actually want to buy that. But yeah, however you can make it make sense to you, if you have to build like some example context, that sort of thing. That's what's helpful for me. And that's what's great about trading futures is that unlike trading stocks, there is just one centralized exchange. So that means we can see all the orders. Like, oh yeah, I pulled this up from earlier because this was cool. There we go. Yeah, so this happened earlier in the day, and I took a picture of it because I knew my stuff was going to reset. So I just took a screenshot. A ton of passive selling down here that, was way lower than where price ended up going. So not only is this an example of how you can use order flow in general and why it's awesome to see all the orders come through, this is also a good example of like, just because you see selling doesn't mean that price is going to go down. You don't have a single clue what this trader is up to. Not a clue. And, that passive selling came in and it immediately got hit and filled, and then price just went straight to the moon. So 2 good lessons here. 1, futures are cool because everything's a central order book. They don't hide things in, stuff like dark pools. You can see all the orders come in, and that's why trading order flow on futures is cool. And then 2, if you see a seller, don't just hit the sell button because you don't necessarily know what that person's up to with that order or intention. Jay, it's only annoyingly strong if you don't want to buy the top. But if you want to buy the top, you're stoked that it's strong. So are those NinjaTraders or an add-on? Yeah, I trade this is a Order Flow Labs add-on. Both Delta Map and the Delta Volume Profile are part of the Order Flow Labs tools that come with the suite if you purchase that. Hey, good morning, undercover scammers. I'm sorry, I get ahead. Good morning, Nick. Yeah, big RSI guy here too. Actually, one of my friends told me this forever ago, and it changed the way that I looked at a lot of stuff. I think a lot of people come into trading and they start looking at things like MACD and RSI, just because that's like part of the education that you initially have to sift through. And a lot of that stuff is just heavy on those indicators. The first thing you do is you're like, whoa, this is oversold. Whoa, this is overbought. And when you can free yourself from those concepts and realize that like that doesn't exist, you can have a much more open mind about where price can and can't go and how you can trade that to the best of your abilities. I mean, RSI can also be a good, trend sign. If a high RSI or a low RSI is holding, that might be a trend. Maybe RSI is a trend indicator. I don't know. Hans, I will. No problem, bud. I will get that to you. I promise. Sure. No problem, Lito. Sterling asks, how often do I add to a winning position? maybe like 30% of the time. Yeah, maybe something like that. I mean, it has to be this kind of day. This is a very this is a pretty clean trend day, floats up in the +1 +2, comes back, touches the VWAP, also touched, OR high, these previous highs. This was also a news candle high and low that I had marked and was paying attention to. And we came back and retested that. So yeah, this is a day I'll add when I can add into strength. But when I'm doing that, I also treat that add like a new trade in itself. So I won't add in a spot that I'm not willing to take my normal stop loss size from. So like I'm long from down here at 130. And then if I wanted to add along the way, like say I wanted to add, if this comes back down here, if this comes back and tests the 200s again and then bounces from there and I wanted to add and I was still in a position, I would have a 15-point stop loss here for everything. I would just treat this like a new trade. And that also helps me not get over my skis with ads too, because you can quickly turn a good position into a bad position with bad ads. I'm really good at that. Honestly. That's one of my that's a little bit of kryptonite for me. That's one of my process things that I work on. So yeah, that's that. Dude, I don't know, Chubby Panda, but we do. Well, me and Chris are often in the exact same trade when we come on. I don't know if it's Thursday. It might have something to do with the day. Maybe there's something we can look at with stats for Thursdays. But it's really funny. We'll come on and be like, all right, where are you long from? Okay, yep, same. But I love that. And we trade completely differently. Isn't that cool? That's so cool to me. Good morning, Leo. Good morning, Big Cat. Good morning. Good morning. How cool is this mug? It's a banana. Isn't that fun? I don't know. That cracked me up for some reason. I don't know where the hell it came from. My wife must have bought it. Bradley asks, hey, Stowe, does NT have a bar counter in their indicators? I don't know. I don't know, my friend. Good morning, Ashwin. Good morning. Oh, Logan says yes. Franz, not yet. No long for me yet. I want to come back. I want to come back down here. At least this is a little high for me. Also, currently, this was a lot of passive selling that we got underneath of. So, I'm not super ready to engage in that. I'd like to see this blue thing is a developing single print that popped up. So we're going to see what that's up to. Yeah, no rush for me to get in up here. I do like to initiate longs inside of this band, but this is a little aggressive here, and based on I'm not seeing any supportive delta action. Yeah, flight here is also correct. Also, I mean, Leo hates calling these indicators, and I understand why, because they are our tools. Like you could use, I don't know, what's a terrible analogy? Like you could use a chainsaw to cut bread, but you probably shouldn't, just in the same way that like you know, these are tools that can do things and show you stuff, but you have to have some sort of context and a plan and setups and all that part of your playbook before you get in there and start smashing buttons. Malcolm, can I talk about my stop loss strategy? Yeah. So I'm working on it. It's a work in progress, or progress if you're a big cat fan. I used to just leave my stop loss on my runner at where it started. I start everything with a 15-point stop loss and usually just run with that. Sometimes I'll tighten it up if the market is really, really slow and I see an opportunity to add some size and decrease the stop loss so that my risk is the same. But typically I start with a 15-point stop loss. And well, I used to just leave it there, but then, you know, we went through the stats together on the show and we saw that I was leaving a lot of profit on the table doing that. And it was, you know, it's hurting my P&L like you would imagine. So I started to strategically drag it into profit. And that's what I had done here from this long at like 130s or wherever. And I mean, it's easy on a trend day, honestly, especially a trend day up because I'm so in tune with that. But what I did today is, you know, I just dragged it up after it made new highs and was leaving this stuff behind. And so I was putting it underneath. First, I put it underneath overnight high, like I left it right here, right below this passive seller, and then I dragged it up here below this passive seller that, you know, lost the fight. And then I dragged it up here, I believe, right under 200 while we got this. And then I finally got my fill here at 225. So I use a combination of the volume profile and the delta volume profile for positions to drag that up if it's, you know, if it's in a grindy day. I also find this only really works for me on buys and longs. So shorts, I'm taking profit on the short much quicker, with the exception of Tuesday when I held for all those stats to play out. So I don't know. It's not exact science. And in the heat of the moment, I'm often doing different things. But if I'm trying to explain it from a neutral standpoint, that's what I strive to do. Whether I'm able to pull that off or not is another thing altogether. It's much easier to say this is how I trade as opposed to actually trading like that. So. Banana mug is very funny. Hey, Jim. Good morning, Jim. What's up, Dad? Mr. Scalper in the house. Hey, Larry. Yeah, I mean, lots of people use it like that. Some people, you know, can benefit from that. Yeah, yeah. Chainsaw versus bread, Leo. I figured you would like that. Yeah, there you go. Flight here actually ended my tool analogy better. You can use a chainsaw to cut bread, but if you don't know how to use a chainsaw, you can get cut. Flight here, I'm just not good at shorting because I try when I'm in those trades, it's very difficult for me not to snap into the mode of trade management that I have built and, you know, smashed into my brain for longs. And they're two different things. But I attempt to manage them as if they're not two different things. Again, in my neutral, just talking when I'm not in a position, I would like to not do that, but I find myself instinctually still doing it. So it's just a process of separating those two things, and that's what I'm working on. That's why I'm still trying to do it. Like I want to get better, but I also need to be cognizant that that's a weak spot for me. So. Mark, I don't know what you're talking about, brother, but looks good. Mark's always chiming in with VIX stuff, which is good. I don't personally look at the VIX. I do have some volatility stuff that I look at. That's part of an OFL thing, but I use the NASDAQ volatility index actually for that. VXN, I think. I don't remember what it is. Something like that. That's funny for a moment. So yeah, not much to do up here. I would like to see, London just closed. I'd like to see this little baby pullback happen. The selling is still being rewarded up here. See now, now ES and NQ have flipped the script a little bit. ES is grinding higher. NQ in this mini pullback zone. When I see price action like this, just like, not just these candle shapes, but this pattern in general, you can see this is like, this is healthy. What I would consider to be healthy price action. Up, small pullback, longer leg, smaller pullback. But this, this is just pain. Pain buying. So when I see stuff like this, I like to wait for at least some sort of structural thing to pull back to and check before I get back into a long. Plus, I have made a bunch of points today. Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, I'm almost at 150 points, so I got to chill. The Russell's still strong. Good. Nick, you short? You want to come back to the 195s? I don't know. We got confirmed single prints now, so that's another trend sign. Lido, if you're still in here, there's a bunch of stuff that I look at to keep myself out of trouble when something is trending. So I think, like, to your question when you were talking about overextended and stuff, I would think about it more as like, what kind of day type is this currently? Do I have a playbook for that day type? Do I have a playbook for how, I can capitalize on price movement that I've seen before in that kind of day type? And then it'll get that constant mean reversion thinking out of your head a little bit, and it'll free you up to think about things a little more creatively. I don't know. I think everybody starts there, Everybody starts in that mean reversion world. Oh, also, I'm happy to report that I have completely hooked XY on these element drinks, or LMNT. I'm not sure which how to say it, but we got them. How'd you guys do with this? Hopefully good. Hopefully you guys were partying with Chris, because he had he had good stuff this morning. Should have kept you guys in a good place. I don't think there's any artificial flavoring. Yep, there's no artificial flavoring, homie. But even if there is, it's fine. Like I said, I don't care. I made it to 40. I'm doing good so far. Knock on wood. Same, Norseman. Same. Actually, no, I don't. I do not like Code Red. And that's the only Red 40 drink I could think of. Do you know what drink I loved and it will never come back is Josta. That was my jam when I was a kid. Lots of people were Surge people. I was a Josta dude. I loved that drink. You could get, I mean, you could bust out an entire, on like 3 Jostas, you could make it all the way through the night and get a whole season of Joe Montana football done. I think that was the first thing that ever put guarana in anything. And, you know, if you're, if you're like 10 to 12 slamming guarana, you're having a good time. I mean, I also enjoyed Surge. I like it less since it came back. I don't know. It's probably like a Mandela effect. I just remember it tasting a way that it probably didn't, but Surge was great. But Josta, that was my jam. Nice, JS. Hey, $8 is $8. You know my rule. If I'm up, I put bacon on that Jersey Mike sandwich. I think today is a bacon day for sure. I'm actually on a stupid diet. I'm trying to eat salads and stuff. So no Jersey Mikes for me for a while. No, yeah, Cherokee Red is still around. And that stuff is good. Oh, also, Cheerwine might have Red 50 in it, and that's a good drink too. I like Cheerwine. Does anybody know what that is? It's like a southern. It's kind of. I remember seeing it mostly in the South, like North Carolina and stuff. But we have it up here now. Cheerwine's like, it's like a marriage between Dr. Pepper and cream soda, kind of. It's good. It's freaking good. Soda's great, man. Oh yeah, Sav knows. Cookout is the bomb. Holy Moses. You guys want to talk about really good? Yeah, you want to talk about extremely guilty fast food? Yeah. I don't know if you guys know about Cookout, but Cookout at like 3 a.m. Nice. Very nice. I know we can't do the sound bites on the grown up. Very nice. Austin tells me I get 1. All right, cool. I'll take 1. Bonus. Oh, good morning, friend Tintin. Axel Rose, it does not use level 2. No. It's just measure. It's not. I guess that's a good way to put it. Yes, it is volume profile in Delta mode. And I mean, these are compressed. So, okay, so the way it really works is like, this is the Delta volume profile is the ask minus the bid, right? So that's what these numbers are. And then each of these lines is compressed to 9 ticks. So every one of these numbers is over the course of 9 ticks of NQ. And I mean, you could make it like, I mean, you can change that tick size to whatever you want if you want to see more or less. I don't know where I got 9 from, probably Leo. But I mean, it works well for me. It's not too much noise. It's not too little. Room 558 ask, hey, buddy, thanks for hanging out. I see you all the time. Stowe, is there anything you do pre-market mentally to get your head right? level-headed and calm. Not specifically. I try to exercise. That helps me. Um, I'm kind of in a weird spot with that right now because our morning routine has changed since since school's out. So I actually run a little later than before. I kind of end up I'll run after this stream, but I just find running every day or doing some sort of exercise every day just helps me have less anxiety anyways. I've always managed my anxiety with exercise like that. So I don't know. That's part of it. I have I have some stuff that I'll watch out for, and it'll be signs that I'm not in a good mood, like not in a good headspace to trade. Typically those signs are like, if I'm too excited to trade, that's a big red flag. If I feel like I need to make money today, that's a big red flag. If I have something, I don't really have anything personal going on. My life is really good, honestly. So I don't really ever have anything that's a bummer. Knock on wood right now. So I'm very blessed. But if there's something lame going on, like if a family member's sick or if I'm sick, those are cues maybe to chill and not trade, or at least take a break and try to remedy that. If I am feeling like any of those things, like especially if I'm feeling anxious to trade, like too excited, that usually means I need to take at least a period off and not trade. I'll go play a video game, or I'll do a yoga nidra 15 minutes, depending. It's depending on the mood. Sometimes I've had too much coffee and need to go chill from that. So but yeah, I don't really have much. I find that as I like to watch the market every day, but I don't spend a lot of time on prep work because it puts a bias in my head that doesn't necessarily have any basis in reality. So that's why I don't really do any prep. I just look at that. I look at that 30-second London opening range, which I guess disappeared from my chart again. Damn it. But yeah, that's really all I look at to see what overnight was up to, and then just kind of dive in and wait for the day to show itself. Mark, the yoga nidra is not, it's like not moving. So you just lay there and you think about stuff. So it's not like it's not a physical thing. It's more of a meditation. Let me see what else. Is this East Coast talk? I guess. I guess it was. I don't know. I'll ask XY if they have Cherokee Red and Cheerwine in California. Nah, Lito, I don't do any of that stuff. There's only like a couple cookouts. Like there aren't that many of those. So I mean, it's a chain, but like there aren't a billion. Stan asks, how many hours do I trade a day? Well, sometimes like 5 or 6, sometimes 3. All depends. I mean, it's also like actively trade versus not actively trade, and I'm just watching. I don't know. I usually watch most of it. I didn't really used to ever trade the afternoon until we started doing this show. And then it was kind of a fun experiment just to get into like all different kinds of, trade setups that I'd never had looked for. So I know that I did. I know that Leo has too. And Nick and XY, we've all come up with different setups that we never noticed before because we weren't trading the end of the day. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Stan. 3 to 6. Definitely closer to 3 on Fridays. Friday afternoon in the summer, dude. I mean, like, I gotta get out of this office. At least sit on the porch. So, yes, Ryan, I should be long. I mean, in fairness, I did take my I took my runner off at all time high. So I've only missed out on about 20 points of further upside. So here's where I exited my last of my position right here. So we've just been having nice conversation throughout this little meandering moment here. No, Edwards, I don't use indicators for divergences. I just watch. I have 2 screens going, and I have ES and NQ up. I have an identical chart for each of them, and I'm just watching. I'm just watching them at the same time. So it's not like when I'm saying I'm seeing a divergence, I mean like I'm literally seeing it, and so it's not based in fact or any measurable thing. It's just completely anecdotally. I am looking at what appears to be divergence to me. Larry, hey Larry, what's up, brother? How do I know when to stop? Do I have set hours, for example? Well, no, I don't. I do. I don't know. I kind of like right now. I'm probably done. Like this was pretty much all I was expecting to get out of this day. I've made a good bit of money. I try to hold on to that, not force trades into, I like this was my exit, and I haven't really seen much more aggressive potential for a lot higher. So that's why I haven't gotten back in. So yeah, but if another trade shows up, like if we pull back to, I don't know, we pull back here and then there's another trade that is going to take us higher, then I'll get into that. Yeah, I'm just kind of done when it's done. I don't know. That's another anecdotal non-scientific thing, but it's just, yeah. So I guess vibes. Vibes are my answer for everything, Larry. I'm sorry. But we got okay, so my 10-day ADR is 171 right now. We're at 181 for the range. It's summer. I don't know. Oh, Cookout seems to be everywhere in the Midwest. Really? They have those in the mid. Okay, maybe Cookout is expanding, and I need to see if there's one close to me. That's typically just a thing that I get in like North Carolina. So okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, it's a fast Thrawn shop. I think is that how you say that? Thrawn shop. All right, yeah. Cookout is a fast food place. It's like Checkers. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you have any of those either, but it's just a drive-through. with just like burgers and fries, and it's amazing. It's very good. Cookout food. Hush puppies. Oh Lord, the hush puppies. Sav, how close are you to your nearest cookout? Can you send me some hush puppies? Throne. Okay, sorry. There you go. It's like Checkers and Five Guys had a baby. Oh, dude, 10 minutes away from a cookout, I'd be dead. I'd be dead. No, Axel Rose, I took the day off yesterday. And by day off, I still traded. I just didn't talk to anybody. So it was an introvert day off. If that makes any sense. For as much as I talk into a microphone, I'm very introverted. As ironic as that is. Jim,
So,
good
how
morning,
are
my
ya?
friend. Oh,
What's
good.
going on?
Just chilling. How are you?
Pretty good. Can't complain. How have you been?
So good.
That's awesome to hear. Great job
Yeah.
today.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a ton of rest yesterday. I feel like I slept for like 10 hours last night too. It was awesome.
Well, that's good, especially going into a Friday, right? Because usually toward the end of the week, at least for me, I don't know, usually for me, it's like I run out of juice by Friday. But now you're powered up and ready to go.
Yes, absolutely. And me and Leo are going to trade tomorrow, I think. I don't know if we've announced that or not. But me and the big cat are on tomorrow morning.
Whoa.
I know. It's going to be crazy. So me and Leo this afternoon, me and Leo tomorrow morning. And I've never traded on NinjaTrader at 9 o'clock in the morning. So we'll see. We'll see what
Whoa.
happens.
It's gonna be fun.
It'll be uncharted. I don't know. Maybe I can win $500 from Leo again. Who knows? Everybody should tune in.
There you go.
I got to
All
give him
right.
a double or nothing chance, Jim. I haven't had the opportunity yet.
All right, so maybe this is it. Maybe it could
Maybe.
be double nothing on Friday. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen, oh, I got to do that. Yeah, I haven't even seen the, thank you, Austin. I haven't even seen the schedule for tomorrow, so I'm taking your word for it.
Yeah. Oh, so that's good. I can actually make up the schedule and then put it into the ether like that, and just so whatever I say, I could just trick into happening. That's good to know.
Yeah, no worries. Let's see if I even have one. Oh, here, I found it. Yeah, because we go to 12 o'clock, and then where it is, where's that? Yeah, there you go. Oh no, it's not updated yet. Oh, so you got so Sarah's not around. So Sarah
Yeah, I think so.
Sniper usually does the Fridays. All right,
Yep.
awesome. All right.
Yeah, so that'll be cool.
Yeah. That sounds awesome for sure. Oh man. So I spent my time, I was listening to you.
Okay.
It was a soft listen. It wasn't a
Good.
hard listen, it was a soft listen.
That's fair.
Because I was trying to figure out what Ripple is. And in the old days, I knew what Ripple was. You made it in the garage and, hope your parents didn't find out, and that was that. But apparently now it's a way it's designed for international transactions over their blockchain.
Okay.
And we have futures on them now, and I've been trying to, catch up on them, and me and Shai are going to be talking about them. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Now we have four. We have Bitcoin, we have Ether, we have, I'll call it Ripple, MRP, and then we have Sol, SOL.
What the hell is Ripple?
I
know what Solana is. I've never heard of Ripple before. Dude, crypto makes me feel like I'm 1,000 years old when people bring up these names. I'm like, are you tricking me? Is that real?
No, Ripple Labs created it in 2012, and they pre-mined. This is interesting. They pre-mined I have notes here, actually. No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. They pre-mined 100 billion units.
Okay.
So they're already there. They're already out there, as opposed to Bitcoin. It's got to keep mining it forever.
Yeah. And they go, there becomes less of them the more people mine them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the base level of my crypto knowledge, Jim.
Cross-border transactions. That's what we're thinking here with the Ripple. But anyway, I mean, these markets are good. I mean, I'm looking at the micros right now. CME has micros, and the Selena's. It just started. It's kind of new. Only had about 1,300 contracts traded so far, but that's okay. It'll get more.
Okay.
Bitcoin is about 30. Micro Bitcoin about 36,000 contracts traded today. That's respectable. Ether 140,000 contracts today, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then this new Ripple, the ticker is MXP for the
Okay.
micros, and they've done 5,600.
All right. I like a new market. Hey, maybe
These-
this is my new market to try. Maybe I should mess with these crypto derivatives. That would be cool. Instead, I got bad luck with commodities. Maybe I should switch over here to the crypto.
Dude, I'm the old curmudgeon who's always like, when something new comes out, like when the micros came out, I was talking to my friend at the CME. I'm like, this is the stupidest idea. No one's going to trade the micros. And now look, they're the most popular markets on the planet.
Yep.
And then when the Bitcoin came out, this is stupid. Who's going to trade this? Oh, yeah. I'm wrong all the time.
That's good. Yeah, same. I mean, that's just practice being a trader. You just get used to being wrong all the time, and then you start being wrong all the time in real life too.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, great job today. Looking forward to seeing you guys in the morning. I'm going to do like a 1 or 2 minute edge report really quickly here just to talk about, and you've already talked about this. You could stick around if you want. If I can grab, Austin, if I can grab my screen.
Yeah, I'll stay.
All right, cool. Because you were talking about ATR, and I pulled up kind of the NASDAQ ATR.
Oh, I use ADR, by the way, Jim.
Oh, okay. See, no, I'm glad I mentioned it. I'm glad you're still here. So
Yep.
I use average true range,
Okay.
which is the average of the true range, and the calculation is a little funky, but we don't need to go into it. And I use a 14-period look back. We have an ATR for the NASDAQ today is 229 points.
Okay.
Rounded up to 230 today, and I'm measuring the whole session, right? Not just regular trading hours, but extended trading hours.
Okay.
We're about 200. We're right there. We're 230 handles.
Interesting.
It's like perfect. So I thought that was interesting as we see this kind of rally, and we popped out above the initial balance high. Odds are about 68% that's all we're gonna only have a single break of the IB high on a Thursday. We're driving up to that R2 level, which I like to look at the pivots. I don't know if you do look at the daily pivot studies or not.
Nah, I got enough lines on my chart.
I hear you. So anyway, I mean that's my next target. That's at 265. So we're at 245 now.
No, I use ADR 10-day, just RTH. So and that's like, and I also only use it like in the heat of this moment, like right here. Like if I was, because I'll get itchy. I love to buy all-time high and sell all-time higher. That's my jam. So it keeps me in check a little bit.
Well, yesterday trading the close, I was like, what would Stowe do right now? Because we were like up there, getting there.
Yeah. No one should ever ask what would Stowe do for anything.
Oh yeah. I do for sure. Anyway, all right. So that's really, I mean, I don't have much more to say other than that. We'll just keep. Oh, we do have my charts up actually. Sorry about that, Austin.
No, go ahead.
I'm slow. So everybody, our thoughts and prayers are out to Kevin. He's getting his leg reset. He had broken a tibia or something like that, on some kind of random accident. But
is that today? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's there today.
Okay.
So let's give some likes and some praise and some love to Kevin.
Yep.
Who is one of our main producer. I've been with Kevin for I don't know how many years now. It's been a while. So he'll be okay though, I think.
He's tough. He's tough.
Last observation I want to make about NASI is this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I have a 30-minute charts all squished together in a manner that some of our earlier guests like to show, like a Pharm. Yes, this is Tuesday's high. So we took out Tuesday's high firmly today in the NASDAQ. I'm looking at the big NASDAQ, not the micro. You'll see the same thing, which I think is significant, especially if we close above here right now. I mean, we could be off to the races again on the upside.
Yep. All we had to do to get a meaningful pullback was just one fake tweet, and we were set.
Well, that's the danger, right? That's the danger. That's why we have stop losses that I'm so happy that you're trailing these days.
Yep, indeed. Indeed. That was, I certainly used a stop loss yesterday, Jim. That's for sure.
Oh my goodness. All right. So we are done with the morning session. We have
Cool.
this afternoon. Let me double check my cheat sheet here. Orderful Labs is going to, after me and Shai's, we're doing our hot commodities report. Me and Shai at 2:30. And then we have, we have Stowe is back with Leo. You're doing double time, man.
Oh, yeah. Classic Thursday. Should be fun.
Oh, classic Thursday with Stowe and Leo. We got to come up with some kind of tag for that. That's awesome. In any event, thanks for everything. Appreciate everybody in the chat. I appreciate everybody listening. We had some great guests today. We had some great contributors today. We had some great trading today. We're going to continue this at 2:30. In the meantime, grab some lunch, put your feet up, relax, walk the dog, do whatever you do. But we will be back. Appreciate everybody being there. We'll see you at 2:30.
Yeah, go to Cookout if you can. Thanks, guys.